travelled further?
Cheltenham.
Oh,
Yeah, so.
that easy really. And my office was in Greenhouse Street, Street. And so I was right on the centre. But nowhere to put the car. It just...
You've already been on the chop. You were sat next to me.
I'm in London, very strange. I find yes, I lose the new car to climb, but and the three partners are very happy.
I'm just
Fourth thing is getting straight in.
yeah.
Don't wait to stop rolling. Even a couple of yards to go so fast.
So what happens when you they come up to the
You get each benches.
I've got 944.
They've done it with cash this. They always do it with cash. You just paid into the bank. Not the corporates you get. Corporates you get.
What were the three numbers?
916. Not the number space. Set price is £2.97.
What would have been an 81st backpack?
Oh, shit,
Oh, years. Years and years.
Well, yes, Spencer told me to, but I forgot. No, I
That's what we're looking for. Your ID you want. If you've got a red though, you've got to get back to it. You're over the beam if you've got a red stop. The general thing is look at the first thing front. They'll give you a rough idea. We're quite literal, so if it's like a lot, then take it back too far because it will go too far. Apart from Rick, yeah. Apart from Rick, who just goes like this. Rick looks like a seal. Rick's having his fist. No one has a clue what that is. Everybody else. Yeah. He is, he looks like a seal. And then just take it back slowly. If Alan told me all this stuff, it feels like
I've had a strange career.
well, quicker than it roll
It was
back.
the last sort of intake where you got well, church was a better
Smile on it now. Just make it fun.
You could either get and
then we go, we kind of like show how far it is, and then that bit now that you're really lucky slow down really.
All drivers in classes H1 to H5. Please review and welcome marches instructions and all drivers in historic cars classes H1 to H5. New vehicles.
it was hard going because you didn't get paid anything.
Someone must have done an audit on some gone. Insurance company or something.
Well, Southampton University was where I went to go.
Possibly. The whole free inside, like, take Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to Prescott Hill Climb on behalf of Bugatti Owners Club. We've had our practice runs completed now for this unique event, Rallye Prescott, and the first timed runs are about to, the first competitive runs are about to begin. And first car on to the start line, the 1340cc Austin Mini of Roger Jones, car number 20. The Mini, of course, with as strong a competition history in rallying as perhaps any model of car. So successful, including wins on Monte Carlo Rally in the hands of the likes of Timo Makinen, outpacing many larger engine, more powerful cars back in the day with its nimble handling. See how nimble it is on this still damp hill, still wet hill in fact, as it heads up now and goes into Torres, the first hairpin, the right-hander, from there on up towards Barden, the left-hander. And around Barden it goes, setting the pace for the rest of the field. Next car gets underway. And as we continue to see Roger Jones making his way up to the top part of the hill, a little bit wide through the S's, the second part of the S's there, going into semicircle now, as we also have on the hill Lee Carter in car 21, another car with a strong rallying history, the Fiat Bath, the 695 SS model. This one, it's a regular contender in the Fassi Historic Hill-Climb Championship run by the Bugatti Owners Club. It was a car that was new rallying as well. And we get a time then for Roger Jones of 63.20 seconds. It's the first competitive run. All the competitors will have two runs in sort of full daylight, and then from around about 4 o'clock onwards there'll be another practice run and then two more timed runs with lights. Meanwhile, the second of our minis is the Mini Cooper Mark II of Andrew Brooks, car number 22, as Lee Carter sets a time of 76.62 for his run. Andrew Brooks continuing on his way up through the S's. On he goes towards semicircle. And then on to the line. Isn't going to match the time of Roger Jones in the other Mini. In fact, it's a 69.95 from Andrew Brooks. And Peter Baker gets underway in his Daimler Conquest. Peter, the editor-in-chief of the excellent Retrospeed website, where you can get all sorts of information about the classic motorsport scene, and regular contender in this Daimler Conquest. He's actually done, as you'll see from the plate on the front of the car, the classic Monte Carlo Rally in this car, and is entered for the next running of that, which takes place quite shortly in January, in fact. Heading out then the Daimler once again. Meanwhile, we see a car that was a rival in its day to the Mini, and that's the Hillman Imp. The rear-engine, rear-wheel drive rather than the Mini's front-engine, front-wheel drive, of course. And this is Ian Moss in his Imp. Just rounding the Torres at the moment. Number 27. Goes into Pardon. Looking like quite a good time by Ian Moss so far, as he makes his way through the S's. And we see Charles Reynolds in the beautiful Renault Alpine A110, and this is a car which, this actual car has quite a competition history because it was a works car and was driven by Jean-Pierre Nicolas in 1971, gravel specification rather than tarmac. Later owned by Ove Anderson, another rallying great, and Charles, who himself was a key part of the Works Ford rally team, responsible for all the logistics for that team back in the day. Charles has had this car for something like 25 years now. Meanwhile, Thomas Robinson, sorry, and the Morris Mini Cooper car number 29 is on the hill. Round comes out of Pardon in that very pristine looking and relatively unmodified Mini Cooper. Charles Reynolds then third quickest so far in the Alpine. It's the Imp that is quickest to date with a 61.71 for Ian Moss. Slightly later Mini now on the hill. That's Ben Thorne in the Mini Clubman. That's a squared off front end that distinguishes the Clubman. Setting some good intermediate times as he rounds Pardon. Do. He's coming up towards semicircle now. Just a quick dab on the brakes there, and around he goes. Very neat run, and he goes quickest by nearly half a second. Ben with a 61.15. And meanwhile, we jump forward a generation or two with the Mark I Ford Fiesta 1600S of Arnaud Tourtel, car number 31. Too many of these Mark I Fiestas now. More obviously of the later ones to be seen. He rounds Pardon. A little bit wide on the exit, that second part of the S's, but he carries on up to semicircle and towards the line. Over the line with a time of 62.34, which moves him into third place at the moment, as Jeffrey Twigg heads up the hill, car number 32, the Morris Cooper S. Classic Lucas lamps on the front of that Mini, and the stick-on anti-misting panel on the back window as he goes around Pardon. Quite a respectful time being set by Jeffrey, but also on the hill in another Mini Cooper, it's Mark Wojciechowski in the red machine with the white roof. Jeffrey Twigg slots into 7th place after his opening run. As I say, there'll be a second run before the lunch break, and then 2 more runs with lights later on. Mark looking very neat there through the twisty bit of the hill. And heading up then towards the finish line. What sort of time can he set as he comes to the line? He does a 62.09 and moves into third place. As we see something a little bit older. It's Edmund Burgess in the Bugatti Type 13. Generally regarded as the first proper Bugatti model, really. And when you think, well, what's he doing on a rally day? But if you think back to the days of of these cars when they were contemporary, then rallying was rather different. There were lots of closed road events, and in effect I suppose it was the rally car of its day as well as being a race car. Edmund Burgess actually took a prestigious record here at Prescott earlier in the year when he set the fastest time ever achieved by a Bugatti, which on a hill that's owned by the Bugatti Owners Club really does mean something. I know he was delighted to secure that record, been trying for some time, and has now achieved it. He knows this hill very well, but grip will be at a premium if you look at the size of the tyres there, as Matt Clark rounds the Tories in the Austin Mini, car number 52. Ed Burgess's time is 72.97, and he's currently in 10th spot. Matt Clark setting a good time though on the early sections of this hill, going really well now. Through the S's, on up he goes. Very sideways approach there on the run up to Barton, but it hasn't cost him too much in time because he has just gone quickest with a 54.88 then, as we see Stephen Powell in the Hillman Avenger, a car that was a rival to the all-conquering Ford Escort back in the day, Hillman's Chrysler's version in effect, rather than the rallying world. Going well as well, setting good times so far, good intermediate times for Stephen as he continues on up his way, continues on his way up the hill. The tail out just a little bit smoky as he goes on up the hill. He's coming into semicircle, 2 bites at right-hander, but he's over the line. Does a 62.69, and he is now quickest so far. Still lots of cars to come across, but Paul Jones is rounding the Tories in the mini car 720. So the shared car, he's sharing this of course with Roger Jones, who is now down in 6th place with a 63.20. What can Paul achieve? The shared car, David Fripp in the Fiat 695 SS Abarth, 721 is rounding Ettores, heads away from Ettores now. Paul Jones does a 64.39, so just about a second down on Roger in the same car. David Fripp, of course, sharing this car with Lee Carter. He did a 76.62 in it. Simon Firth Bernard out in the Volvo P1800S, one of these cars that Roger Moore drove as the Saint, as so getting very, very out of shape in the Tories there and dropping the wheel on the inside. I don't know if he's pulled any mud onto the track doing that, but yeah, Roger Moore in the TV series of the Saint always drove the Volvo. We're now in class H2, of course. Wilkins is in the classic liveried Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI. Same colour scheme as a well-known tobacco company used to use. It's a 69.16 for Simon Firth Bernard, despite that moment for him at Ettores. And we go back in time once again in car 46, the Bentley 4.25 Special of Steve Allen makes its way up the hill. Gracefully sliding it through the corners, and that beautiful Bentley Special. I just wonder if there's a little bit of a problem. Looks like there may have been a slight problem there for Graham Wynne in the Ford Escort Mark II as he heads into Torres. And, very slow momentarily at least. Looking good through Barden on up towards the S's. And of course we saw Edmund Burgess in the Type 13 Bugatti, a later model of Type 51. Similar appearance to the classic Type 35 Bugatti. Colin Bullock is the man behind the wheel, and setting a pretty good time so far as he comes out of Barden. Colin, another man who has tackled the Bugatti Prescott Hill here many times. Alliance Scimitar GTE is the car of Gary Cox with the V6 Ford engine under the bonnet, number 42. Hill at the moment, as Colin Bullock records a 66.48. Looks like a pretty clean one so far for Gary Cox and that Alliance. And then we see Alistair Clark in the Mark II Triumph Vitesse with the 6-cylinder engine, very much like the Triumph Herald, except for that bigger engine, multi-cylinder engine. Through the S's and goes Alistair. And the Austin Allegro of Peter Cooper is on the hill. The Allegro, perhaps not the most obvious rally car, but they were used in the day. Not to a huge extent, but they were used for rallies, competing on events such as the Lombard REC Rally. This is 1750cc version, which was the biggest engine that Austin put into the front-wheel drive Allegro. Derek is out in his Norris Mini 1275 GT Mini, mid-70s model of the classic car. Well, fastest overall still by some way. As we see the RS 1600 Escort of Simon Braithwaite, his way up the hill. Still plenty of spray off the back wheels as competitors going up. He goes around Barden. looking like a quickish time so far for Simon. Another car in a classic livery, the Andrews Heat for Hire livery. That was always sported by Russell Brooks when he was competing in a car like this, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Kevin Knight here. Goes around Pardon. And Simon Braithwaite recording a 58.21. His Mark II Escort looking quick as he rounds Pardon. Really pushing on there, Kevin, as he goes up through the S's, and then we see another Mark II Escort. This is the car of Nick Whale. Nick, who's got pretty extensive competition history, a lot of it in the Porsche 911s, but out in his Ford Escort Mark II at the moment. So Kevin Walsh with that time of 54.93, leading the H5 class currently. As Nick Whale goes up the line, does a 54.46, 56, sorry, and just edges out Kevin Roll then. As the Escort theme continues with car number 51, who is one of our late entries. That's Chris Jones in the Mark II Escort, this with a 2.5 litre engine under the bonnet. Don't think, well no, Chris isn't going to match the previous two Escorts. He sets a time of 59.42 as sitting on the start line is the Hillman Imp of Mark Maynard, with one of the typical modifications on Imps of the day, the back box projecting out behind the rear of the car as he gets off the line and heads away. We are now in the two-wheel drive up to and including 1 litre naturally aspirated class. So Mark on his way into Pardon now. That left-hander on. Continues. Quicker so far than Mark Maynard was. Sorry. Nigel Pitt in the Rover Mini is, I was going to say, was quicker so far than Mark Maynard was, car number 54. Maynard's time is 63.28 then. What can Nigel Pitt do in response to that? Steve Baker has to do Tories in his Mini. As Nigel Pitt runs on towards the finish. There's a 64.16, a little bit slower than Mark Maynard then. Baker looking quite quick so far. As we see the classic liveried Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI once again, this time in the hands of Josh Humphreys. Wilkins to the 62.30 in this car a little earlier on. It's a small rally car, the Nissan Micra. It's used extensively. This one with an NME registration on it, in fact, Nissan Motorsport Europe. Edward James is driving the car. On the start line, looks like there might be a problem for one of the cars that was about to start. That's John McQuillan in the Mini Cooper, as Edward James does a 58.79. So it looks like we're going to have a short break. Although up to the line is coming the Peugeot 205 GTI car number 64. And whilst we wait for that one to get underway, I'm going to hand over to my co-commentator Chris Ponsford.
Morning everyone, this is Chris Ponsford now having a little go. My esteemed friend Peter's having a little break. We hope you're enjoying your morning thus far. The weather's improving. That's looking quite promising, isn't it? Anyway, just on the hill, by the way, is John McQuillan. He's in a Mini Cooper, and you'll probably see him now, just coming around the Tories now. John actually normally drives a Fisher Fury with Mike West, so he's having a little play in the rally car today. I don't know who owns this car, but either way, it's a rather nicely turned out little example. I see we've got a good crowd on the hill. Oh, coming up shortly is Owen Cool in his Mini, Austin Mini. So, yeah, just leaving the line was Andrew Egger in his Escort Mark 1. He's on his way up the hill, and on the line waiting to go will be our good friend Owen Cool, who you will recognise from commentating duties, the Canadian. You can't miss him normally. Plenty loud, very good. Nice big slide out of there, out of Victorious for Andrew Egger in the Escort Mark 1. Those cars just love having a good slide, don't they? Beautifully turned out car going into Pardon now. Quite tight round that hairpin. Hard to get the power down in his wet conditions. But anyway, he's on his way up towards the S's now. Richard Weaver finished in 60.1. Owen Cool leaves the line in the Mini Cooper. Let's see what Owen can do. He had his first ever run up the hill earlier. Big slide out of the S's, heading up towards semicircle there for Andrew Egger in the Escort. Owen's on his way. Andrew Egger is going to go across the finishing line in a time of 64.22. So now we're with Owen Cool coming round in Tories, on his way up towards Pardon. This is his second ever run up the hill. He says it's a whole lot different driving it is than it is when you're commentating. Anyway, he's making a good job of it. He was actually a Canadian rally car champion at one time, so he knows his way how to drive a car. He's heading in towards the S's now. Only a second time he's been through the S's. Nice line through there. He's going to improve on his time for sure. The track is slowly drying now, which is good to see. Anyway, Owen's round semicircle, heading up towards the finish, and Robert Wilson is on the hill too in his Peugeot 205. So Owen finishes in a time of 63.28. That's about half a second quicker than he did last time. So far in the two-wheel drive 1400 to 1600 naturally aspirated class, Richard Weaver still leading the class. We're now in there's a car now on the hill, which is Robert Wilson in the 205. This is in the two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, 1600 to 2 litre. So the 205's going up to the line, going to finish in a time of 57.36, which comfortably takes him into the lead in that class. There's lots more runners and riders to come. So Ben Cross is coming up towards the line shortly, and we've got car number 120 on the hill, which is a little Fiesta. I'm not getting the name of the driver, but bear with me 1 second. Okay, so the Fiesta going around semicircle. I think it could be Ben Cross. Ben Cross is on the hill in his Mazda MX-5, but still car number 120. I'm not sure who's driving that one. But nevertheless, we bash on 66.08 for car 120. So Rob Wilson still comfortably leads that class. What can Ben Cross do in his Mazda MX-5? Don't see many Mazda MX-5s as rally cars, but nevertheless they're here today. I can see there's another one approaching the line as well. So we'll see how Ben can get on in that MX-5. Car number 68 is car number 68 is actually Malcolm Horn in a Peugeot 206 Cup car. He'll be followed by Matthew Morgan in the Mazda MX-5. And we're going to have, sorry about the mix-up here, we're not getting the names coming up on the live screen. Car number 72 just left the line. Ollie Wright normally drives all sorts of variety of cars on the hills. This is actually his rally car. This is a Peugeot 206 GTI, and he's got a 2-litre engine in this one. And as you can see, he's approaching the Tories now. Oh, and he has a bit of a spin there, but no, he holds it all together. Typical Ollie Wright. He loves a good bit of sideways driving. Coming up to Pardon now. Come on then, Ollie. What have you got for us today? Oh, another big slide. He's definitely getting quite enthusiastic today, but that's nothing new. 62.36 for Stephen Powell. Matthew Morgan, rather. So Oliver Wright, can he get it to the top without another little big moment, or big moment? Quite wide out of the S's. Going around semicircle, that's the last corner. So far so good. Approaching up towards the finish. Going to finish in a time of 60.7 seconds, 7.7 for Ollie Wright. Now we got the marshals on the track at the moment up at the Tories. They're having a bit of a sweeping because Ollie Wright chucked up a bit of gravel as he drove it very enthusiastically around there. So it keeps the marshals busy. We've got a lot of marshals here today, actually, which is great to see. Prescott's always well supported for marshals. If you ever fancy becoming a marshal, go and have a word with one of the folks in Orange. And full training's given. It's one of the best ways of accessing the hill to all these places. To go up the hill, you have to be over 18 to stand on one of the corners, but you'll see in the paddock today, lots of young marshals doing a fantastic job getting everyone to the start line and into their correct places. Always well looked after, and it's a great way of getting into motorsport. All the Midland Hills obviously cannot run without marshals. So I would suggest go and have a word at the office if you fancy having a go at it, and they'll tell you a lot more about it. So anyway, welcome to Prescott if you've not been here before. The weather forecast was pretty dire, wasn't it, really? But anyway, it's looking a bit better, isn't it? We're getting some nice hill climbing. We're now on the time runs. In this class, the two-wheel drive 1600 to 2 litres. Rob Wilson is leading the class in his Peugeot 205 comfortably at 57.36, but he does know his way up this hill. He's been here before. He knows his way up. Ollie Wright was very spectacular. Maybe he can knock a bit of time off next time, being less spectacular. On the line, I've got a nice BMW, car number 88 of Charles Stapleton. It's a BMW 318. Now these are becoming quite popular actually because there's less and less of them on the road, but they are classic rear-wheel drive car. He's got the smaller engine one, which is the 1800. They do this model, or they used to do it in up to the 325s, which were big 6-cylinder engines, lots of power, and these are very nice cars. This one's slightly lowered, I notice, so it's obviously more in rally trim. I don't know whether this one actually does go rallying, but I'm looking at the spec of it. It probably does actually. Lots of wheel spin as he leaves the line. Traction's a real problem there. But anyway, Charlie Stapleton's on his way in his BMW. He's heading up towards Orchard now. What sort of time has he got in him today? I think he's going to be in the well over 60 seconds perhaps, because it's hard to get that traction down, but it will dry off hopefully as the day goes on. So he's on his way around the Tories. So you tend to find that when the cars get up just through Pardon there, that hairpin bend, they will get round there and then they generally release them off the line around about then. In fact, as we speak, the little Renault Clio's coming off the line, the 182 of David Smith. He's on his way, front wheel drive Renault, ideal for these conditions. And he'll be followed by Lewis Porto in his Mazda MX-5, where he's got the hood down on that one. You can see a bright yellow roll cage on that one. I think he's in his second season doing the hill climbs and thoroughly enjoying it. Anyway, all the little Renault as it goes round the Tories, lifts a wheel, heading up towards Pardon, probably lift another wheel as it's going round there. Yep, typical Renault. On his way up through as Lewis Porto leaves the line in his MX-5. Now it's getting some really, really interesting cars getting here as we're going up through the classes. I see some beautiful Escorts. We've already seen some lovely cars. You'll see Lewis Porto now. He's on his way up round Torres. Knows his way up the hill. That's a very well turned out car, isn't it? Can't miss that one in the bright fluorescent. A bit like Stuart Bickley's Force car, which he uses as a single seater. Stuart's here. Good morning, Stuart. I know I saw you in the paddock earlier. Now, about to lead the line will be Tim Porter and his Darien T90. Now, the Darien, this is a proper rally car. He uses this on stage rallies, on tarmac rallies. He's got a Vauxhall engine in the back, a red top engine, a 2-litre Vauxhall engine. Tucks out about 230 horsepower. He certainly knows how to drive it. That's a very well turned out car. Nice colour scheme. I think Tim has also got a very nice Mark II Escort as well, a black and a blue and white one again, which he sometimes brings out to play. But today he's brought the Darien. He exits. He's followed by Joshua Moss, just leaving the line now in this rather nice green Escort. Joshua's got a Z-Tech engine in the front of that one. Not many. Oh, big slide coming. Just going around semicircle. What's he going to do? He's going to be well under 60 seconds. Going to finish in a time of 56.51. Takes him to the top of the class. Now, Joshua Moss. He's got this Z-Tech engined Escort, which is never been fitted with originally, but obviously is fitted with now, much later engine, making very nice progress too. Neil Howells has just left the line in his MG TF, so Joshua is making good progress. Big slide coming out of the S's there, which a lot of them will do. Typical rally drivers, they like sliding the car around. That's how they roll. Anyway, Joshua's coming up to the finish, going to be just over 60 seconds, 62.08 for Joshua. Neil Howells is on the hill in the MG TF, and he'll be followed by Andrew Feekins in his Renault Clio 182, has just left the line. The Feekins family, Tony Feekins' his dad. I don't know if Tony's here today, good chance he is. But anyway, this is one of the family cars, which is the Clio 182. The other cars they have are Peugeot 205s, rather nice, very nicely sorted ones. But don't think they're here today in the 205s. But so Andrew's here in the Clio. He'll be followed by Roland Jones in another MG ZR 190. This is all yellow. Tim Bendel Tree Surgery and Training Stroud. That's one of his sponsors. Whether Doug is a tree surgeon, I don't know. So Doug is probably his normal co-driver, and Roland's the driver today. So Andrew Feekins heads up towards semicircle, up towards the finish shortly. Roland Jones leaves the line, and if I'm not mistaken, this looks like the Weaver's car is on the line. Tom Weaver, young Tom, in the Citroen Saxo VTS. He'll be coming up shortly. This is a very nicely turned out little Citroen. Proper car, got a heater in it as well, got carpets. And Lizzie was saying, don't get mud on the carpets, chaps. Got to keep it nice and clean. She drives it sometimes. In fact, most of the Weavers drive, leaving the line, yeah. Tom Weaver, who normally drives a single seater on our normal hill climbs. And but today they're bringing their little rally car out, which is a rather nicely turned out little car, to be fair. So what sort of time then? I think the time before, I think Tom beat Dad by about a second last time, but the times were pretty close, and if I'm not mistaken, Tom went up in around about 60 seconds last time. So can he go under 60 seconds? Roland Jones, 65.05 in the MG, just gone across the line. Tom Weaver looking good, and he's going to be followed by Peter Siddle in the Renault Clio. Now this particular Renault Clio, when you get to see it, he's left the line. He's got over 240 brake horsepower in that little Clio. You'll see it coming around the Taurus there now. Oh, and he slides it round there and he gets on the grass, but he gets it round. That's very un-Peter Siddle type driving, so he's having a right go. So Tom Weaver, 57.89. Oh, he's really getting on it, isn't he? He's laid down a marker for Dad there, hasn't he? So Peter Siddle, he's got to beat Tim Porter's 56.51, Rob Wilson 57.36, Andrew Feekins So Tom's in a different class. That's why it's gone off my screen. Peter Siegle finishes in 57.37. Still behind Rob Wilson, but he did have that little moment at Torres. And Tim Porter still leading that class in 56.51. Anna Mae Furness on the hill. Ollie Wright's young lady, and she's in the Mini Cooper today. Rather nicely turned out. I saw that car earlier. John McQuillan was driving it, wasn't he? It must be the same car. Now, Richard Eggers just left the line in the Escort Mark 1. He'll be approaching Torres now. Here he comes, yep. Coming into Torres, beautifully turned out Mark 1. Quite like the colour scheme. It's all big slide. There you go, typical Escort driving. Love that, love that. Lots of opposite lock. Will he do the same thing coming into Pardon? Goes on the brakes, turns it in. Yeah, a little bit of sideways out the top there, but sometimes sideways isn't the quickest, particularly on a damp track like this. Anyway, Rich is on his way. Anna Mae Furness, what's her time? Not getting that time just yet. Anyway, so up to the S's goes Richard Egger in the Escort, followed by David Wilson in the 205. Now, I think it could be a shared car, because I think it was Rob Wilson was driving this earlier and was leading that class. So, Richard Egger is going to go across the line in 67.82 in the Escort Mark 1. More to come out of that car, I'm sure. David Wilson well on his way up towards the S's. Oh, just clips the barrier there, but he's fine. He's really trying hard. 3 wheels coming out of the S's. On his way up to the semicircle. What sort of time's he got in him? Come on then, David. He's going round up towards the finish. He's going to be under 60 seconds for sure. 56.58. Goes second in that class. Tremendous, tremendous. Tim Cross in the Mazda MX-5 you'll be looking at now, just going round Pardon hairpin. And he'll be followed by Duncan Morgan, who's on the line in another Mazda MX-5. So in the 2 litre, 1600 to 2 litre class, naturally aspirated, Tim Porter still leads the way. 56.51 in the Darien. David Wilson in the 205 is second. Rob Wilson in the 205 is third. Not much between them. Peter Siegle is fourth, and Andrew Feakin is fifth. MX5 goes wide out of Torres, but on his way up towards Pardon now. He's got the hood up, probably got the heater on, perhaps he got the radio on. Anyway, he's on his way. So this is very exciting stuff. We I think, because we're live streaming, we may well be all over the world today. I'm not entirely certain where we're covering today, but thanks to Rich Danby and Ellie for doing another fantastic live stream for us. And it's going to be very interesting later on. We're going to be racing in the dark as well. And I think we'll be doing quite a lot of paddock stuff later on, interviewing the drivers in the dark, because I think it's going to be very difficult to cover the coverage in the dark under lights, because there's no lights on the hill as such. So we'll play that one by ear. Rich is in charge of that. So it's the first time he's live streamed the rally day, which is fantastic really. So leaving the line, Carolyn Ryder in the Alpine A110. She's sharing this car with Robert Lancaster Gay today. It is actually owned by Roger Moran, and Roger's got 2 Skoda R5s here today as well. More of them later. So this is Carolyn Ryder, John Ryder's wife, Matt Ryder's mum, and Matt Ryder is very much a big contender in our National Hill Climb Championship in a big Gould. Anyway, Carolyn is an extremely capable driver, as is Robert Lancaster Gay, so I'd be interested to see who gets the bragging rights on that car today. But Roger said, have a go in this one. Robert Lancaster Gay normally drives a very, very nice Porsche. So this is a rear-wheel drive 1800 turbocharged engine, goes through the line 59.91. Well done, Carolyn, under 60 seconds. Now, on the line, rather beautiful car. Mike Dorr, Vauxhall Chevette HSR. This is a 2.2 Vauxhall engine, Russell Brooks would have driven one of these cars back in the day. The works cars, Tony Pond drove one of these. Well, he's actually coming off the start line, going onto the grass. He may have a technical gremlin, or we may have a problem on the hill. I don't know. Anyway, he's just reversed that off the start line. As I see, the rain has started up again. Brollies are out. Quite rightly, let's hope it doesn't last for too long. Well, I don't know what's happened to the little Chevette there. That's a beautiful looking little car. They come from Bristol. They've got a classic, in fact, they've got a classic car business in Chipping Sodbury, I think they were telling me earlier. Classic car restorations of rally cars. And that one's turned out beautifully, but it's got a little technical hitch. The engine was running, so I don't think it's anything too dramatic. Anyway, we've got car number 91 getting ready to have a go, which is Peter Hedges in a Ford Escort Mark II. This particular car, it's from Draker Garage. They're based, Draker Garage, I think they're near Dursley. Leaves the line. It's got a 2.5 Vauxhall red top engine, so actually it's, he was telling me it's quite an unusual car. The block was out of a van and the head was off the red top engine. Anyway, it turns out a very tidy 240 brake horsepower at least. Actually, no, I think he told me, no, I'll get this right, 318 brake horsepower. So he's on the hill now, he's on his way round Pardon there. Puts the power down, leaving Pardon, on his way up towards the S's. Beautifully turned out car actually, that one. Sequential box, all the right bits on it. I would call it a modern Escort. Modern Escort. Anyway, he slides out of there. He's actually doing, it's a good time this. He's approaching semicircle in 48 seconds. He's going to come round semicircle now, power it off up towards the finish. Going to finish in a time under 60 seconds for sure. 57.33 for Peter Hedges in the Escort Mark II. Very nice indeed. So, we've got a Mini John Cooper Works Mini on the hill of Alan McFarlane. Already gone round Pardon now. Modern Mini. John Cooper Works Mini, so nicely turned out. Nice spec on it. Oh, hang on a minute. I don't know if you can hear that. There's some very beefy Escort approaching the line. Car 93 is just leaving the line. That should be Roy Newton in his Porsche Carrera. It is Porsche Carrera 12S. So he's already on his way up towards you now, going round Orchard, heading up towards the Torres. He will be followed by car 94, Roger Taylor. 2.4 Vauxhall red top board out in this one. It's a very well sorted car, this one. He comes from Solihull, and I'm quite looking forward to hearing. I certainly heard it just now, but it certainly looks like it's going to be going like the clappers. Roy Newton, he's on his way through the S's now, so he's not far from the finish. He's going to be probably just over 60 seconds. Just looking at that, perhaps on his way round into semicircle, which is going to be fresh air drops around semicircle if you get it wrong. The rain started up, made it a bit more awkward. He's going to finish in a time of 62.48 for Roy Newton in the Porsche Carrera. Now, listen to this Escort. He's on the line. I can hear him now. He's getting ready to go. They're just having a word with the driver. Not quite sure what's been said, but we got plenty of marshals today. Plenty of scrutineers, plenty of officials. Okay, not sure what's happening, but he's going to leave the line shortly, one hopes. That will be Roger Taylor in the Escort. Here he goes, revving it now. Coming up towards the line. They're going to put the barrier in front of the timing strut in front of him, put him in the right position. Back a bit, they say, back a little bit. So all these cars have got a timing strut on the front, which is for the electronic timing. So once they leave the line, if the back wheels go across the line, they don't get a rerun. As long as the back wheels don't cross the line, if they muck up the start, Right, listen to that. Wow, wow, wow. That red top engine sounds terrific as it leaves the line. Going on his way up towards Orchard. Doesn't that sound good? Now it's looking pretty slippery out there now. The track's getting very wet. Great to see the crowd up on the barriers there with the umbrellas up. Fantastic. Is he going to slide it out of there? No, pretty neat and tidy, as they say. Heading up towards Pardon hairpin. Goes round the hairpin now. Now the times are probably going to drop a bit because the track's got wetter again, hasn't it? But the rally boys don't mind a bit of wet stuff. They've got proper tyres on. They're used to a bit of wet stuff. Yeah, through the S's, which Scott Moran was telling me is about the trickiest part of the hill. Yeah, he's not too sideways, making a good line. 47 into semicircle, so he's going to finish well under 60 seconds here. Heading up towards the finish. Heavy rain, 55.94. That's a good time. That is a good time. Now have a look at this. Pekka Tupelis in his Mazda MX-5 turbocharged car. Got over 400 horsepower in this car. He's Finnish. You know what Finns are like on rallies? They don't hang around. But I see him quite a lot on the hill climbs. On his way around Pardon. Go on then, Pekka. Get under 60 seconds. Get in those 50s. I'm sure he will. Sure he will. Don't want to give him commentator's curse. Into the S's. Yeah, but so far so good. Not quite sure what tyres he's running, but his lines are excellent today. Yeah, he's going to be well under 60 seconds as he heads into semicircle. Ah, here comes Mike Dawes on the hill in the Vauxhall Chevette HSR. You'll see him now, roundly Torrens. Going down towards Pardon. Looking good, looking good. That is a beautifully turned out motor car, isn't it? They were classic, the HSR Chevettes. Tony Pond, Russell Brooks. Amazing, beautiful. So, Pekka, what time's he going to finish with? I'm not seeing his finish time. Slides the Chevette out of the S's. Heads on his way into semicircle. 59 finishes in a time of 62.81 for the Chevette for Mike Dawn. He'll be followed by John Wells in the MX-5. He's already well on his way up the hill. Going up towards the S's now in his Mazda MX-5. And on the line, our friend Robert Lancaster Gay in the Alpine A110. Another one out of the Roger Moran fleet. Robert leaves the line, normally drives a Porsche, but today he's having a go in this little French Alpine. Rather nice little car, isn't it? This is the latest spec of the Alpine. There was one of the early spec X-Works cars on the hill earlier, and when that one comes up we'll let you know about it. Anyway, Robert's on his way, he's making good progress. Peter Hedges is leading this class of 2 litre and over, so far in 57.33. Pekka Tulakos 57.56, so we're pretty close, only 3/10 behind there. And John Wells 58.74, Carolyn Ryder 59.91. Anyway, Robert, he's going into semicircle now at 48.12. What's he got to get to the finish in? He's going to be under 60 seconds. He's going to head to the finish. 56.53 goes top in that class. Well done, Robert. I told you could drive a bit. We've got Hendrik Minderman in a Subaru Impreza, but that doesn't look like a Subaru Impreza. That looks like a Honda Civic to me. Anyway, that looks like the Honda Civic, not the Impreza that's on our screen. And he'll be followed by Matthew Pearce in the Subaru Impreza. So that is an Impreza you'll be seeing now coming into Ettores. Here he comes now through Orchard now. 4-wheel drive, got to be a big advantage in this wet conditions. Nice wet tyres on as well. Bit of understeer there through Ettores. A little bit sideways, but he gets it on, keeps it on the island just about heading in towards Pardon. So Matthew Pearce, come on then, see what you've got there. So, now, in the 4-wheel drives, excluding Class 9 cars, Mr. Minderman has just gone up in 65.35, but I suspect that Matthew Pearce in the Impreza is likely to beat that. We'll see. Yeah, I think he will. He's going to be in the low 60s, possibly. Oh, There's John Pick in the AMS Mateo taking a very tight line through Tories there over the inside grass there. Matthew Pierce finishes in 59.33 as Impreza, and he'll be followed by John Pick in the AMS Mateo. That is actually a Subaru based car. It's a WRX Subaru Mechanicals with a fiberglass body put over the top of it, but it's all four-wheel drive, Impreza engine and everything Subaru in that car. We see a lot of it on the hills. He knows his way up the hill, and I'm thinking he could well go into the lead. He has indeed. He's gone in 54.29, John Pick in the AMS Mateo. John Denman on the hill in the Impreza, WRX Impreza, nicely turned out car. At the moment, he's making very nice progress. Andy Greenham's just left the line in the Evo 6 belonging to Stephen Moore, 600 horsepower car as he approaches the Torres. This is the first time he's driven this car today. This is his second run in the car. He normally drives a single-seater with his brother. This is a four-wheel drive car, very well sorted Prod Sports car. He won't be wanting to bend it, so he'll be taking a little bit more time than he would normally. In fact, he's come to a stop at Pardon. I don't know what's happened. So John Denman finishes in 61.74. So at the moment, we will have a little stoppage here as Andy Greenland's come to a stop. I don't know whether that's a mechanical failure. Can't see anything coming out of the exhaust, whether he switched the engine off. So we'll have a little delay while that's sorted out. The marshals are walking over to him now. He's not gone off, he's in no danger, but there's probably a mechanical malady, which is a shame. We never like to see that.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, no. You're all right, Rick. All right, Rick. Vic, come on, wait till I was here.
You just want to see me run, you lot, don't you?
Well, we didn't get that way, did we?
Hello again. Well, we're back in business shortly. The Evo will be coming, is off the hill now, and Malcolm Evans is going to be taking the hill now in the Toyota Yaris. I don't know if you know anything about these Yarises, perhaps you know more than I do, but they are actually turbocharged 1600cc, four-wheel drive, absolutely all singing, all dancing cars. They're not the most spectacular looking things, but they're very, very quick. He leaves the line now, so he's on his way up now towards Bridge already. The four-wheel drive's got to be a big advantage in these conditions. And I will be having a break shortly. Peter will be taking back over, but we've got Alistair Moffat on the line, Gemma Price's husband. Alistair, 9 times world auto test champion. 9 times world auto test champion. Sharing that car today was Scott Moran, 6 times British Hill Climb champion. So that's got a pedigree of drivers driving that car today. Belongs to Roger Moran, who'll be following him up shortly. Here comes Alistair Moffat, leaves the line. He can really drive a car. The spray coming off of that four-wheel drive, about 300 horsepower. That is one quick car. The Skoda R5, it's like the Ford Fiesta R5s. Absolutely, the spray it must be really wet out there. Here I am in my little comfy box here. He's already gone round Pardon, heading up towards the S's, goes on the brakes before he goes into the S's, the most tricky part of the course, some say. Goes out to the S's, nice wide, straight, approaching semicircle, and then he'll get the power down. He's making a good run here, and in these conditions this is terrific. 49.35 in pouring rain. He'll be followed by the governor, Roger Moran, in his R5, the green and white one. Roger is also a British Hill Climb champion. He's a very, very good rally driver. Certainly knows his way up the hill. And he will be followed by Will Nichols in the Fiesta R5 and Roger Duckworth in the Ford Fiesta R5 too. So we've got some fabulous cars on the hill at the moment. These will probably be the quickest cars you'll see here today. Roger, what sort of time can he do? Alistair Moffat did a 49.35. Andy Greener had a fail. Here comes Roger off up towards the finish. Can he beat a car under 50 seconds? 49.38. Wow, he's only 3/10 slower than Alistair Moffat. Incredible stuff. Now, we've got Will Nichols on the hill in his R5. He owns the Island Car Centre on the Isle of Wight. He has a lovely collection of fantastic rally cars. He can really drive this car, but this one's a left-hand drive car. This is a new car for him this season. Very well sorted car, well-driven car. And he'll be followed by Roger Duckworth in the Ford Fiesta R5, the earlier version. This is the later version of Will's Nichols. He's 43 seconds off up into semicircle, comes around semicircle, boots it to the finish. He's not going to beat Alistair's time. 51.12 for Will Nichols. So he'll be followed, just leaving the line, Roger Duckworth. This is Keith Duckworth's son. Keith Duckworth, who designed the fantastic Cosworth engine back in the 70s that used to dominate Grand Prix racing, Cosworth engineering. Anyway, this is his son. He certainly knows how to pedal a rally car. He's been doing it for years. This car is Ford Fiesta R5. Again, they're all 1600cc turbocharged four-wheel drive cars. Very sophisticated suspension. Just one marvellous package, really, to go rallying in. Anyway, his lines are impeccable. He's looking really good here. 38 seconds up to the S's. Leaves the S's, going up towards semicircle. 43.14 approaching semicircle. Can he beat Alistair Moffat's time of 49.35? He's not going to do it. 50.59. Well, anyway, folks, I'm going to have a little break now. I'm going to put you back to Peter Hughes, and he'll describe the rest of the action.
Well, thanks very much to Chris. He'll be back with us a little bit later on, but at the moment it's Thomas Twemlow on the Impreza. Earlier shape Impreza on the hill. Thomas running, in fact, in the road rally class at the moment. So yeah, the 2 litre Impreza, later models goes 2.5 litre, but this was 2 litre version. Conditions getting a little bit more slippery, I suspect, as the rain comes down. And while we see the Porsche 911 car number 115, the car of Ross McDonald, the 2.7 litre RS replica. Actually running with a 3.3 litre engine in the back of it. Thomas Twemlow's time is 61.57. He of course had 4-wheel drive compared to the 2-wheel rear-wheel drive of the 911. Then we get the rear-wheel drive but front-engined Porsche 944 car 116. See Leslie McGuffog in the lovely Austin Healey 3 litre Mark II. The car that the likes of Timo Makinen took to many victories. Pat Moss, sister of Stirling Moss, used to rally one as well, of course. .65 the time to beat at the moment in this road rally class. And exactly 74 seconds the time then for Leslie McGuffog in the Healey. Once again some sweeping and clearing to be done by the marshals, our hard-working marshals. A huge thank you to them, as always. Without them there would be no motorsport. Is Ross McDonald who has the quickest time in the road rally class at the moment. The work is completed by the marshals, the red flags come in, and coming up to the line it is a car number 3, and that is multiple British hill climb champion Scott Moran, the man who holds the fastest hill time here at Prescott under lights at the moment. He's sharing this car, of course, with multiple British Auto Test champion Alistair Moffat, and Alistair, I think, is currently quickest in class, so that's the time that Scott will need to better as he heads off up the hill then, and under the bridge, and pushing hard. You can see a lot more spray being thrown up now as the rain has come down, unfortunately. Around to Torres. very nice tight line through there, then powers it up to Pardon, and at the moment it looks like he's setting the quickest intermediate times within his class. Out to Pardon, really hardly seems to lift as he powers his way through, making full use of that four-wheel drive system on the R5 machine. This really is a good run up the hill. The time he has to beat 49.35, he comes through semi-circle over the line and does that comfortably. 47.83, a really impressive time, particularly given the conditions for Scott Moran. 47.83, that's going to take a little bit of beating. So next up, I think it will be the demonstration runs from the various slowly sideways members in their different rally cars. So not competition runs these, but demonstration runs of some very interesting machinery about to come up. We're getting some messages from literally all around the world, people watching the live stream, and hopefully we'll get some more through the course of the afternoon. It's always good to hear from people from further away, but those of you who are here at Prescott, it's good to see you here, not letting the weather put you off. We have to say thank you then to Angie and Bridget for braving the weather to make the hot lunch for the marshals. If anyone has earned that hot lunch, it is our marshals. We get a hi from Sweden as well. Hello to you over in Scandinavia, good to hear from you. And just a little bit further afield is Blaine Rominchuk from Canada. Great to hear from you too. Team Legacy UK says bonkers time that Scott set. That's Scott Moran, of course. Come on, Roger. That's Scott's father, Roger Moran, himself a former British hill climb champion. So family pride at stake between those two. They're both in R5 Skodas. And we'll see who can set the best time by the end of the day. Just one run gone so far, 3 more to come. Chris Hitchcock out in Cape Town in South Africa saying watching it and loving it. Pleased to hear it. And good to have you with us, Chris. Somebody Ruptured Duck Motorsport calling for some more sideways action. Well, as the rain continues to come down, I'm sure we'll get that. We might well get it from the slowly sideways cars that are about to come out and do their demonstration runs. Starting off with a very interesting machine, which is the Peugeot pickup truck. Believe it or not, these were actually homologated for rallying, for world level rallying. The African dealerships wanted to be able to use them on some of the African championship events, so they were did get international homologation as rally cars, these pickups. And away goes the Peugeot. Two lights either side of the A-pillars, are very typical African rallying. And, a couple of spares in the back, of course, and a couple of jerry cans for the fuel. Long distance events that they would have been competing on out there. And oh, very, very sideways, just about hangs on to it and carries on up the hill. So yeah, living up to the name, slowly sideways. Peugeot pickup. We see the Mark III Escort with the Lombard RAC. That's an RS 1600i possibly. The Lombard RAC Rallye door plates on it. Yeah, Escort was the first front-wheel drive Escort, of course, but not every Mark III that you saw on rallies was a front-wheel drive, because there is a firm called Gartrack who produced the G3 rear-wheel drive version specifically for rallying, and this is a Gartrack G3 car coming up the hill now. The Gartrack Escort continues its way up the hill, and dramas for the Porsche 911, who did some nice ruts in our grass unfortunately there, but obviously didn't quite make the left-hander. Went straight on. Is that Adrian Komodo? Just looking at the name on the side of it. That beautiful classic liveried, yet another tobacco firm that used to be in the sport. Sported that livery on the cars. So we're going to see the replay, and I think he wasn't quite sure what route to take there. Unfortunately, he's missing his co-driver, I'm afraid. As yeah, the VSCC, the only people, vintage people, the only people who still use the short course, because the loop that we use around the Tories was, I think that was put in around about 1960, if I remember rightly. Prior to that, the course that he was about to take was the course, but not anymore. As we watch the Astra going up the hill, this was a car with quite a proud record. Dave Metcalf, late Dave Metcalf, was one driver who did very well in these shaped Astras. And sitting on the start line at the moment, it is the MG ZR, which was used by Gwyndaf Evans in the past on the Wales Rally GP. Claire Mole co-drove for Gwyndaf, and Gwyndaf, who this year of course finished runner-up in the World Rally Championship, not for the first time. Of course a Toyota Works team driver. Into Pardon, and goes the MG ZR. Continues up the hill, and there's some serious running water on the hill now, unfortunately. But these rally drivers not put off with it, and they're certainly not our Subaru Legacy driver. The Legacy, the car that Subaru used as a rally car prior to Kratzer. When Colin McRae joined Pro Drive, he was required to prove himself in one of these Legacies before they would let him loose in what was then relatively new Impreza. away from the start line goes one of my personal favourites, and that is the Lancia Delta Integrale. I'm not sure whether this is an 8 or 16 valve version of the Integrale. Always looked like to me like a very purposeful rally car. It's enjoyed huge success in its era. It heads around Pardon, on up it goes. Classic Rothmans livery, yeah, I thought it might come into our view backwards there because it was starting to lose the tail as it went out of our view from one camera, but he's going to get back underway. Interesting spot to spin, not one that we normally see on hill climbs, but this is not a normal hill climb of course, but conditions very challenging for that wonderful Mark II Escort. Pleased to say not making contact with anything, and that is, I think, judging by the registration on it, I think that is an actual X-Works machine with the STW registration. The people who are much more familiar with the history of these Escort rally cars would be able to tell me straight away, no doubt. As away goes the Peugeot 205 T16. Fabulous machine, classic rally car. Heading up into a Torres. Around there, a little bit more grip on that four-wheel drive machine. And off the line goes the ex-Tommy Makinen Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. And he heads around safely around the Torres on up towards Pardon. This is classic Rally GB weather now as these cars go up. Next up it is the ex-Johnny Milner Ford Escort. Shell machine, and not quite as much understeer as you might have expected actually around the Torres. Holding on to that quite well. On up to Pardon it goes. This demonstration runs fabulous machinery brought out by the Slowly Sideways group. I'm very grateful to them for that. And then we see in classic Repsol livery the car. I think it's a replica. It is the car that of the car that was campaigned by Carlos Sainz and Luis Moya, his co-driver. This is Senna, of course, in action this weekend over in the Grand Prix over in Brazil. The Sao Paulo Grand Prix taking place this weekend. Now this must surely be something of a challenge up the hill in these conditions. It is the GT3 Cup Porsche 911 that is heading up the hill. Helps a little bit cautiously, but who can blame him really in these conditions? But to turn it into a Torres. Bit wide on the exit, but keeps it on the tarmac, turns into Pardon. The tail wanting to break away by the looks of it as he powers it away from that tight left-hander, and off goes the Mark I Ford Escort, the RS2000 in the classic livery for an RS2000. He gets it turned in around the Torres. Just a little bit twitchy, it's a little bit more twitchy as he comes out of there. and then turns into Pardon. Goes away from there on up the hill, and we see this Larder getting away from the start line. Larder that enjoyed quite considerable success in wheel rallying within their class. And well, just in case you were wondering, it is raining at the moment. It's fairly stable around there, I have to say, given the conditions, and pretty gloomy around the Torres. And on up to Pardon goes, brake lights on, turns into the left-hander, and away he goes. We'll be starting the second time runs very shortly, but at the moment still these slowly sideways demo runs. As the bubble arched Mark 1 Escort goes up the spray. So, up the hill. This might be the last of our slowly sideways visitors. They will be back out a little bit later on, hopefully for another demonstration run. So he takes it very gently out of Pardon there. So once this last demonstration run is completed, the clerks of the course will go up to do a track inspection, and as soon as they're happy with things, then we will get the second timed runs of the day underway. Well, you can see the sort of conditions that drivers are having to contend with, but I think we are probably just about okay at the moment to continue the runs. hopefully it will stay that way as we see that lovely Mark II Escort to its quick 180 or 360 in fact, quite impressive, and gets back on its way. So we'll be looking to see Roger Jones starting the second timed runs in the Austin Mini car number 20, that 1340cc Mini, for too much longer hopefully. So our clerks of the course return, having checked out the return road as well as the competitive hill. So we're just waiting for the competition cars to make their way from the paddock down to the start line, and hopefully they'll be with us very, very quickly. Not sure why we haven't got anyone here with us yet, but hopefully we will in just a moment or two. So our marshal's waiting, all ready to go. We just need some cars on the line to get things underway. The provisional calendar for 2024 at Prescott is now out. If you've got a program, you'll find it on the back of that, or otherwise I'm sure you'll be able to find it online on the Prescott Hill Climb website. Once again, 2 rounds of the British Rally Championship, 2 visits by the Vintage Sports Car Club as well. We will be running Rallye Prescott once again next year on the 2nd of November. And end of May, 25th and 26th of May, one of my personal favourites, which is Prescott Historique. But lots more happening all through the year from April through to November once again next year. Plenty of things going on through the winter as well here, social events and the like. So just check it all out on Prescott Hill Climb website. As car 20 is now on the line, Roger Jones and the Austin Mini, that 1340cc machine, lining up on the start line. And away he goes. Interesting to see how close he can get to his first run time. goes under the bridge on around the left-hander that takes him towards Torres. Four CB lamps on the front. Reversing lamp on the back, all the lighting equipment that would have been on the car in the day. So Roger Jones then heading on up towards the finish line. As we see that Fiat 695SS Abarth on the hill, the car of Lee Carter. See car number 22, Andrew Brooks in the Mark II Mini Cooper. I think we're perhaps one out of step with the numbering appearing on the screen, because Andrew Brooks is still running. That is not Richard Derrick. Richard Derrick, car 23, is just leaving the start line, in fact, in the 1275 GT. So the time that coming towards the end, it will be Andrew Brooks. That is Richard Derrick rounding Torres at the moment. Well, people generally seem to be about half a second down on their first run times, although Roger Jones was up his run. You see Richard Derrick, car number 23. He heads to the finish line and does a 61.46, so about 8/10 down on his first run. Now we see Peter Baker in the Daimler Conquest. Challenge in these conditions, I should imagine, in that lovely Daimler, which, as I say, he's used to tackle the Classic Monte Carlo. They'll be doing so again in January. Moss in the Hillman Imp, fourth quickest in the first runs. Fourth quickest in class, that is, of course. It's around pardon. Peter Baker approaches the finish line, does a 75.71, and very nearly a second quicker than his first run. Conditions seemingly improving once again now on the hill, with the rain having stopped. And Ian Moss coming towards the line. He also finds around about a second on his first run time, third quickest in class so far. Car 29, Thomas Robinson in the Morris Mini Cooper. Up through the S's, the streams of water that were running across the track seem to have dissipated now. Still by no means dry, but not quite as bad as they were just a few minutes ago, really, as around the Tories. And out of the Tories comes car number 30, Ben Thorne in the Mini Clubman. Fourth quickest after the first runs in his class. Thomas Robinson, well, losing about half a second compared to his first run time with a 65.92. Ben Thorne pressing on up towards semicircle. There's Arnold Tortel in the Ford Fiesta Mark 1. His way towards the Torres. Ben Thorne does a 61.70, so again he's a little over half a second slower than his first run time. Tortel then in the Fiesta heading on up through the S's on up towards circle. Twig there in the Morris Cooper S, just coming out of the Torres. Around Pardon he goes. Is Mark Wojciechowski. He goes around the Torres in the Mini Cooper. But an early Mini, this one. As Jeffrey Twig does a 67.15, and he has found very nearly a second and a half on his previous time. Mark Wojciechowski continues on his way. Towards the finish line for a time of 61.53, again finding half a second. Now here is a brave man, Edmund Burgess in the Bugatti Type 13. In these conditions with not too much rubber in contact with the tarmac, he rounds Pardon, continues on his way up. Charles Reynolds in that Renault Alpine A110 with the wonderful competition history. He heads up into Pardon. Not surprisingly, Edmund Burgess round about a second slower on this run than his first run up the hill with a 74.00. Charles Reynolds looks like he is pressing on, as does Matt Clark, 52 in the Austin Mini. Turning around Torres now. Charles Reynolds to the 63.65. Well, not much found, but he is a little bit quicker. 63.57. Currently 9th quickest in his category. Matt Clark still pushing on. Was of course quickest on the first run. He's going to improve. He finds 0.06 of a second on his previous run, a 54.88 on run 1, 54.82 on run 2. As Stephen Powell makes his way around Pardon in the Hillman Avenger. Was 8th quickest on the first runs with a 62.69. Jones comes out with Tories in the 720 machine, the Austin Mini that he is sharing with Roger Jones, of course. Steve Powell finds over 2 seconds to do a 60.60 and move up into second place by just 0.08 of a second. So really good battle going on there. Jones continues his way up. He heads to the line and does a 62.29, so again finding over 2 seconds compared to his first run. David Fripp is the second driver of the Fiat 695 Abarth. Simon Firth Bernard brings that beautiful P1800 Volvo up to Ettores. David Fripp does a 61.43. No, that's an intermediate time ago, sorry, apologies for that. That would have been a pretty remarkable time compared to his first run. He does a 73.10, so he drops just a tenth or so on his first run. Fifth Bernard continues his way up in that lovely Volvo. He was third quickest within his class on the first run as Nick Wilkins rounds pardon in the Mark 1 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Simon moves up to second with a 68.03. Harry Cox rounds Ettores in the Reliant Scimitar GTE car number 42. Quicker run this time from Nick Wilkins, who does a 61.07, finding over a second compared to his first run time. As Gary Cox continues his way up, he was quickest in his class in the first runs. And Alistair Clark is out there in the Mark II Triumph Vitesse. Into Ettores. The Triumph Vitesse Alistair Clark goes through the S's. Peter Cooper brings the Austin Allegro around Ettores and on up towards Baden. Wow, Alistair Clark about 3.5 seconds slower than his first run time. Cooper then continues his way up. And semicircular comes towards the line and finds very nearly a second improvement. 65.52 then for Peter as the Bentley 4.25 Special rounds pardon in the hands of Steve Allen. 74.52 on his first run. Simon Braithwaite down the Ford Escort RS 1600 gets very sideways midway through Ettores, but manages to pull it all back together. Might have cost him a few tenths, or will have cost him a few tenths in fact. And now he rounds pardon. More cleanly through pardon than he was through Ettores. Steve Allen's time is 73.49, so he has found a full second over his first run, as again hanging the tail out Simon Braithwaite as he goes on up towards the finish. 58.21 was his first run time. Can he improve on it? 57.89, so very nearly half a second found by Simon. Kevin Knight out there in the Andrews Heat for Hire livery Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Comes up to the left-hander at Pardon. Kevin Knight did a 59.53, so he'd need to find well, it gets over a second and a half to challenge Simon Braithwaite for class honours. Because everyone will have 2 more runs with lights a little bit later on, and the awards will, I think, be based on the best daylight, aggregate best daylight and best lit run. Car 44 is Graham Wynn. So Kevin Knight only able to find a tenth of a second or so on his second run with that 59.40. Graham Wynn continues on up the hill. And we see Colin Bullock in the Bugatti team Type 51. Tories, appropriately enough. And on up towards Pardon he goes. Graham Wynn does a 60.96, so he has found 2 seconds on his previous runs, but still remains in 3rd place. Pressing on despite the conditions. We catch up with Kevin Walt and his Mark II Escort going around the Torres. Colin Bullock's first run time was a 66.48. And he gets it down to a 64.55 in that beautiful Bugatti. Kevin Walt coming up towards the end of his run. Can he improve on his 54.93? He's second to Nick Whale after the first run. Also on the hill at the moment, 55.24, so now he drops 3 tenths compared to his first run, Kevin Walt. So Nick Whale likely to hang on to the class lead regardless of what time he sets on this run. He's not lifting off at all, that's for sure. So into semicircle, keeps the power on around that right hand flat to the finish line to set a time of 54.93, so he is very nearly 4 tenths slower than his first run. Chris Jones is out of Vittori's in the Mark II Escort. He powers his way on up the hill. On his 59.42 on run 1. I think he may well do that. It does by quite some way, a 56.46. So very nearly 3 seconds quicker, but still, once again, remaining in 3rd place. As we see 57, John McQuillan on. Still sitting on the start line, although the time was running for some reason, but I think that's now been corrected, and he will get a clean start, and away he goes. 66.94 was his first run time. He comes under the bridge. This is a car 57 that is on the hill, John McQuillan. It's not 53 Mark Maynard in the Hillman Imp as we're seeing on our screen. McQuillan then continues on up the hill, and this is Mark Maynard rounding Torres. So 66.74 for John McQuillan. He finds exactly 0.2 of a second improvement on his first run time. There is Mark Maynard then. And he did a 63.28 on his first run. Also out there at the moment is car number 54, that's Nigel Pitt in his 1 litre Mini. Improvement for Mark Maynard, he does a 61.35. Nigel Pitt really pushing on in the 1 litre machine. Stuart Baker car 59 also out there. 64.04 for Nigel Pitt, so he finds a little over 0.1 of a second improvement on his previous time. A little bit out of shape there, Stuart Baker in the Mini, but manages to pull it all back together. Continues on up the hill. He is quickest in his class from the first runs with a 59.08. Can he improve on that? A 59.05. He improves by 0.03 of a second as Eddie James makes his way up the hill in the little Nissan Micra. 58.79 on his first run. Goes the Micra as away from the start line goes the Citroen Saxo VTS of Richard Weaver, car number 65. As we get time for Edward James, and again an improvement for Edward of 58.16 compared to his 58.79 on his first run. And Richard Weaver rounds the Tories, heads on up towards Pardon. Richard Weaver looking to better the 60.10 that he did on his first run. Richard Weaver goes towards the line, does a 60.51, so just 0.4 down on his previous run. Andrew Egger in the Escort Mark 1 goes around Pardon. Andrew did a 64.22 on the opening run. Some encouragement there from the marshals, hanging the tail out in good shape through semicircle over the line at 64.55, so he drops 0.3 of a second. And as fellow commentator Owen Kewell makes his way up the hill in the Mini Cooper, I'm going to hand over to my co-commentator Chris Ponsford.
Well, hello again. Here's Chris Boswell back with you. We've got Connor Stewart on the hill in his Ford Fiesta on making his way up towards the S's. And we've actually just had Josh Humphreys leave the line in his Golf Mark 1 GTI. If you look on the back of that one, there's a tribute to Russell Brooks. In fact, you'll see it up at the Tories now, that two-tone GTI, nice car. And Russell was a chairman, I think, of the Redditch Motor Club, which, and he lived in Ulster way. So that's the tribute to Russell on the back. But anyway, nice car. See quite a bit of this one on the rally days and occasionally on other events. I think it's dual driven, that one, with Josh driving it, Josh Humphreys at the minute. And just leaving the line, Rob Wilson in the Peugeot 205. He was very rapid earlier, Rob. Both of them, I think it's either father and son or two brothers. I can't confirm that one. Anyway, there goes Robert going heading in towards the Tories, making very nice progress indeed. I think the fastest time of the day so far has been Scott Moran, who was in the 47s. Driving in all that weather in the R5, which was quite a remarkable drive, really. He was the quickest here last year as well. Scott Moran, of course, is the son of Roger Moran, who owns the car. And Scott himself has won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times, and he's now having a breather from the big single-seaters, concentrate more on his young family. Anyway, Roger's won the championship 2. So we've got some real talent there. Alistair Moffat is also driving one of Roger's R5 stays, won the British Auto Test Championship 9 times. So a bit of talent. Ben Cross on the hill in there, Mazda MX-5, gone round Pardon, is already on his way up towards the S's. There's a few MX-5s here today. And he will also be followed by Matthew Morgan, who's left the line in another MX-5. Okay, I've just been chatting to Peter Hughes, and he's just informed me that these will run through to lunch on the time runs. Big sideways moment there for Oliver Wright, Randy Tory, just what he did earlier. He loves going sideways, that boy. Gets some leaves up, that'll mean more work for the marshals. Going round into Pardon there, big sideways moment, gets onto the gravel. Well done, young Oliver. Lots of work for the marshals. Not going to be a quick run. Sideways and gravel doesn't work too well on the hill climbs, but he'll be enjoying himself. Anyway, in this two-wheel drive 1600 to 2 litre class, Tim Porter's leading the way on a 56.51, David Wilson on 56.58, and Rob Wilson's done a 57.07, and Peter Siddle is 4th, 57.37. Oliver Wright heads up towards the finish, and he's gone over the line in 64 seconds. Much more to come from Oliver. Now, as I said it would happen, the marshals are all over the hill with the brushes. Lots of sweeping going on. Lots of gravel to be removed, leaves, etc. So they're just showing a little replay of Oliver trucking it sideways. Yes, very good, Oliver. Very entertaining. Always the entertainer is Ollie Wright. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to be running through these classes up till lunch, and then following these time runs will be the demo runs of some rather spectacular, beautiful, historic machinery worth blooming loads of money. Wonderful to see them out on the hill when they do their demos. They're worth so much money, I think to bend one of those cars would be a bit of a crime. Anyway, and then we will have probably an hour for lunch, and then that will be followed by a practice run going into dark, and then 2 more time runs in the dark, which is always pretty spectacular. We've just gone off the line. It's the BMW 318, the red one, which is going up towards the bridge. This is Charles Stapleton. It looks to be rally prepared, so it's the proper deal. Making nice progress. Won't be the quickest car here today. Rear wheel drive, front engine car, going on his way around neatly and cleanly swept Tories, heading down towards Pardon, which is also nice and clean. He'll be followed by David Smith, who's in that rather lovely little Clio, the 182 Clio. He's just left the line as David heads up towards the S's. Charles heads towards the S's rather. The Clio 182, the 182 stands for 182 horsepower. So there was the original version of this had the 172 horsepower engine. This is a 2-litre engine in this. Very popular with hill climb cars. A relatively cheap way of getting into hill climbing in the saloon car class. And we're currently in the 1600 to 2-litre naturally aspirated class. There's non-turbos. Now about to leave the line is Peter Siddle in this highly tuned Renault Clio. This one, instead of a 182 horsepower engine, it's got 240 brake horsepower running through the front wheels. Bit of a handful, very, very rapid. In the wet, hard to get the traction down. But I think this car's got an LSD in it as well, so it's a highly developed car. Big sideways movement coming out of the Torres, gets it back in line, heads down towards Pardon, down into the dip, up into the Pardon hairpin, turns it in, nicely exiting there. Front wheel drive is usually a bit neater. As he goes on his way up towards the S's, he'll be followed by Anna May Furness in the Mini Cooper. And Anna is Holly Wright's a young lady, and she is a very good driver herself too. And she bought a single-seater, which they used the back end of last season, sharing that car. 56.55 for Peter Siddle. Still Tim Porter leading the way in 56.51. Peter Siddle has now gone second in that class. As Anna goes up, it exits Pardon. Tom Weaver in the Citroen Saxo VTS, the family Citroen. Lots of the Weavers drive this car, including sister Lizzie. Dad drives this car as well. Anyway, Tom will be trying to get the bragging rights on that car today. Whether he's... don't think he'll be able to beat the top. Well, he's in the 1600 to 2-litre class in that car. And Tom so far, yeah, he's 37 seconds as he heads in towards the S's. Let's see what he can do. Very talented young single-seater driver. Richard Egger's just left the line in the Escort Mark 1, rather spectacular looking colour scheme, turquoise and orange. Heads up towards the line. Tom Weaver finishes in a time of 57.41. 57.41, he takes the lead in the 1400 to 1600 class, naturally aspirated. So he'll be very happy with that. In the two-wheel drive historic category, 1600 to 2 litres, Matt Clark is currently leading the way in his very, very rapid Mini. He is a one talented driver, 54.82 for Matt Clark. Just looking through the rest of those times. Yeah, so Matt is comfortably out ahead there. As Richard Edgar goes up, big sideways moment coming out of the top S, then going up in semicircle, heading up towards the finish. Going to be in the 60s. Looks like David Wilson had a bit of a moment round Pardon. 66.93 for Richard Egger. Now we're getting some quick cars now. We've got Tim Porter coming to the line in his Darien. Lewis Porto in the MX-5 is on the hill at the moment. David Wilson finishes in 48.23 in the 205. Good time for him. Lewis Porto is on his way up to Pardon now. Track's looking very wet still. Obviously, the rain has not dried out. But here comes Tim Porter. Now, he was the quickest in the class earlier in this Darien T90. 2-litre Vauxhall power in the back of it. Rear-engine car. Rear-wheel drive. Here he comes now, round Orchard, cuts across the grass. He's certainly trying hard. Is he going to cut across the inside grass at Tories? No, good line round there. Don't want to be too spectacular. You want to be able to get that power down as smooth as possible. Lots of standing water. Into Pardon now. Looking good so far. On his time, is he the first one running in this class? So he did a 56.51 earlier. What can he do this time as he goes through the S's? Out of the S's, heading up towards semicircle, 49 seconds heading into semicircle, so he's going to be in the 50s, probably in the mid-50s to 56, 57, perhaps 57.33 for Tim Porter in the Darien. Joshua Moss on the hill, 2-litre Z-Tech powered Ford Escort. Unusual colour scheme this one, green, nicely turned out car, isn't it? Local man, I think. Don't see many green Escorts, don't see many nice green Mark II Escorts, do you? Making very good progress. What can he do? He'll be followed by Neil Howells in his MGTF. And just give you an idea in a minute. Oh, well-driven car, heading up towards, he's going to be in the late 50s, that car, in the Ford Escort, possibly in the 60s. What can he do going across the finish? 60.63 for Joshua Moss in the Ford Escort. Neil Howells goes through Pardons, and he'll be followed by Andrew Feekins in the Clio 182. Experienced hill climber, been doing it a little bit now, the last season or two. This is one of their family cars, the others are Peugeot 205s, but this is the one he generally drives, does Andrew. Nicely turned out car in silver, that one. And they're quite popular now because you can buy a Renault Clio from anything from £2,000 to maybe £12,000 depending on the spec and the condition of the car. So, Roland Jones has just left the line in his MG ZR190, the bright yellow one, and Andrew Feekins exits the top of the S's, heading into semicircle as Roland Jones cuts across Orchard there, heads into Itores. This one would normally be out on rallies. He's also got something on the back saying safety car. Sometimes they perhaps use it as a safety car on rallies. Proceed in the main field, don't know, but just guessing. Tim Cross just about to leave the line in his Mazda MX-5. Roland Jones is the one on the hill in the little ZR. I think it's ZR190, which probably denotes 190 brake horsepower, so plenty of power in that front wheel drive MG. Popular car to get into rallying. Tim Cross is going round Itores there, nicely turned out MX-5, and he'll be followed by Duncan Morgan in another MX-5. So Roland Jones finishes in 62.53. So the two cars on the hill at the moment are both Mazda MX-5s, rear-wheel drive, Mazda engines, biggest selling sports car of all time, I'm told. So there you go. Nice car to have. Never driven one myself, but they're very, very popular. So Tim Cross finishes in 51.63. Ben Cross is leading at the moment with a 59.64. Rob McDonald still to come. So this is a very tightly, this is the road rally class we're in at the moment. About to leave the line is car number 73. That's Jason Taylor in the Mini Cooper S, the modern Mini Cooper S. So front wheel drive car. As you can see, they're an awful lot bigger than the original Minis. So there's Jason heading into Itores now, his two-tone car with the yellow roof. Front wheel drive, deceptively quick, these little Minis, the little Mini Cooper S's. I think this one will have a 1600 engine in it. So in the two-wheel drive class, 2 litres and over, currently Robert Lancaster Gay is leading that class. Carolyn Ryder leads the line in the Alpine A110. And that was actually so it's a 1800 turbocharged car, which puts it in the class of 2 litres and over because of the turbocharger. Anyway, Carolyn's a very talented driver. Can she beat Robert this time? Who knows? We'll find out shortly. So Robert leads the way, 56.53 in that car. Can Carolyn beat that? We'll be followed by Mike Dawes in this glorious Vauxhall Chevette HSR. He has a classic restoration business in Chipping Sodbury. This car is just beautifully turned out, proper rally car. I think the Chevettes had the 2.2 engine in them, 4-cylinder, non-turbocharged, slides it out of Orchard, driving it well. He said he wasn't going to be driving it too hard today, lots of values in this car, but he seems to be trying pretty hard to me. Anyway, so Carolyn Ryder does, it's gone off the screen, come back to that one in a bit. So Mike Dawes, what's he got for us? He's making a good line round Pardon there. Here comes Pete Hedges in his Ford Escort Mark II. This is a beautifully turned out Vauxhall engine Escort, 2.5 litres, about 300 brake horsepower. Isn't that a great looking car? And if you notice on the front grills there, he's got lots of various ornaments. He's got gargoyles and blooming all sorts. Good luck mascots. Lovely colour scheme, local. I think he's got Draker Garage, which are based at Stirling. So that's quite a local firm to hear. They certainly know how to build a nice rally car, don't they? Making lovely progress. Heads through the S's, no dramas so far. Yeah, going to be a goodish time this, heading up towards semicircle, 48 going into semicircle. That's going to be in the 50s. Heading up towards the line, crosses the line in 56.38 in the Escort. There goes Alan McFarlane going round Pardon there in his John Cooper Works Mini, again a modern Mini. Look how big they are compared with the old style Minis, and in fact, I remember this car before. Here we go, car number 94, which is Robert Taylor. He's approaching the line as Roy Newton's on the hill in his Porsche Carrera 12S. He's already gone round the Torres. Track is looking very, very wet down there, to be fair, as the weather looks pretty wet. Good crowd out today, lots of umbrellas. Well done to you sticking it out in all the weather. It's well worth it. I'm sure you're going to really enjoy your day. Plenty of food available down here in the paddock as well. We've got a cafe, at the clubhouse. There's hot food available there. There's various hot stalls as well. And Roy Newton heads around semicircle, approaching the finish now. He's going to be in the 60s. Roger Taylor in that very throaty Escort. 63.21 for Roy Newton in the Carrera. Roger Taylor in the Escort. Makes his way round the Torres, puts the power down, lots of spray coming off the car down in the dip there, twitches it going in to Pardon. Tricky corner that one, getting the braking right. Lots of spray coming off the back wheels, little dip on the brake pedal going into the S's, which is always very tricky through there. Goes round the S's, heads up towards semicircle. He's done 47 going into semicircle, going to be in the low 50s, I think, about 56, 57. 55, 56, very good time, well done Roger. Pekka Tolokas on the hill in the Mazda MX-5, don't be deceived. This one's got a turbocharged engine. It's got a flying Finn driving it. It's got over 400 horsepower, a regular hill climber, knows his way up the hills. This car's very rapid, and he's a typical fast Finn. Yeah, he gets it round, so it's a rear-wheel drive car. Lots of power, it must be quite a handful in these wet conditions, rear-wheel drive. Don't know if he's got a limited slip dip in it, there's probably a good chance there is. Brakes hard going into top S, and then out of there, heading up towards semicircle 49. He's going to finish in about 55, 56 seconds, I guess. Going up towards the line, 57.83 for Pekka Tolokas. John Wells in his MX-5 heads up now towards the Torres. Looking good so far. Looks very wet out there, as you'll know better than me. Here's me in my little commentary box. So I'm driving, and I know you're trying to keep as dry as you can, as the rain is absolutely pouring down at the moment. In the sectors, he's doing well, John Wells, and the weather is deteriorating. I thought it was meant to be drying up this afternoon, so maybe we might get lucky later on. So John Wells heads up towards semicircle. He's 50, 52, 53 into semicircle, heading up towards the line. He's going to finish it in 58.24. Good drive in wet conditions. And here comes Robert Lancaster Gay. Robert Lancaster Gay was the quickest this morning in the two-wheel drive 2 litre and over class. Peter Hedges has posted a time of 56.38, which was quicker than what Robert did earlier. But this is only the 3rd time he's driven this car up this hill. So that has to be accounted for. Normally drives a 400 horsepower Porsche. So these Alpines, the latest generation of French Alpines, pretty. I'll tell you what, that was super quick off the line. 2.76 off the line for the first 64 feet. That was really rapid. 54 mile an hour across the speed track. Heads up towards the Torres. Okay, now how's he looking so far? Down towards the dip. No dramas. Through it Torres. Into Pardon. What's Robert going to do this time? Is he going to beat his 56.53 of last time? He'll need to beat 56.38 to take into the class lead again. Hendrik Minderman has just left the line in the Subaru Impreza as we get 1 or 2 Subarus coming to the line plus a Yaris. So Robert Lancaster Gay heads up towards semicircle. Goes up towards the finish now. What can he do? I don't think he's going to beat his previous time. 57.20 for Robert Lancaster Gay, so that will put him second in class so far. Hendrik Minderson, you'll be seeing, it says Subaru Impreza, but it looks remarkably like a Honda Civic to me. Making good progress. Will be followed by Matthew Pearce in an Impreza, a very nicely turned out Impreza too. Just left the line. The 4-wheel drive's got to be a big advantage in these conditions. So Hendrik Minderman heads up towards semicircle, and then we'll go up towards the finish. And as you can see, the Matthew Pearce and the Impreza charging in to the Torres. All the benefit of the 4-wheel drive, giving him the traction in these. The turbo goes down, blasts it up, then he goes hard on the brakes, approaching Pardon, turns in nicely, exits, puts the power down. Yeah, that's the way to do it. You need an Impreza in this weather. It's got to be at a big advantage. Bits of a brake going into the S's there. Line's good, undramatic, should be a good run. Heads towards semicircle, 50 seconds, going into semicircle, comes around semicircle, puts it off up to the finish. What can he do? 58.86. The times are slowing up in this wet weather, which you kind of would expect. Now this is good to see. So we've got Malcolm Evans in the Toyota Yaris, and also I see Andy Greenan, who had a failed run last time when his car came to a stop at Pardon. Stephen and him have got the car sorted again. He's going to leave the line shortly in this beautiful Mitsubishi Evo 6 owned by Stephen Moore. Mod Sports car. Leaves the line, doesn't look to have any dramas. Good traction off that car as you'd expect. Going around Orchard. Stephen's likely to be quite a bit quicker in this car because it's his own car and he's driven it for a long time. And Andy is having his first go in this car, and after the last run, which I don't know quite what happened last time. Anyway, he heads down into the dip, approaching Pardon. This is where he came to a stop before, turns in. Yeah, no dramas this time. On his way out, Pardon, looking good. Heading up towards the S's. Nice line through there. And he'll be followed by John Pick in the AMS Bretaya, which is this is built on a Subaru Impreza with a fiberglass body kit. 54.98 for Andy Greenan in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Well, that's a good time. Actually, he's going to be happy with that. Let's see how he gets on. Now, Scott Moran is currently the pick of the field so far in the 47s. That'll take some beating, and Scott went persistently quicker all day. Now, when he did that run, I was having a break and having a cup of tea, and I watched it on the live stream, and he was spectacular all the way up the run in some foul conditions. So Scott Moran He's my tip for fastest driver of the day, as he was last year. 6 times British champion, so he knows his way up a hill, doesn't he? Okay, over the line, John Peck, 55.02, 55.02. Well, that's quick, that's quick. It's getting quicker, it's getting quicker. As John Denman leaves the line in his Subaru Impreza World Rally car. Now, it's getting exciting now, folks. The R5s are coming to the line. We've got Alistair Moffat in the Skoda R5. Gemma's husband. What's happened with our friend there in our Impreza? It's taking steady progress. No, he's still in the game. Goes into pardon now. They'll be releasing Alistair Moffat off the line anytime now. Now, Alistair was in the 49s earlier. And he's away. Now that looks quicker off the line than he was last time. Alistair, our 9 times British Auto Test champion, coming round Orchard underneath the bridge. Oh, he goes really wide. He's proper rally crossing. That won't be good. Lots of mud on the tyres. Gets it back in control. I think the 4-wheel drive saved him then. I think the marshals are going to be going out doing a little bit of sweeping after this run. This is an untidy run by Alistair, but he's still on the island, as they say. Through the S's, and it's going to be followed by the guy that owns the car, Roger Moran. But I think Roger might be have to wait a little bit, because I suspect there's going to be some debris on the track to sweep off, or they might let him go. No, they're letting him go. They're letting him go. 52.03, untidy run for Alistair that time. He can do better than that. Here comes Roger Moran, ex-British Hill Climb champion, rally star, and purveyor of very fine motorhomes up in Ludlow. Moran Motorhomes, amongst other interests. But the motorhome business, I think, is the biggest. Been doing it years. And lovely chap. Son Scott, we've already talked about. Anyway, so on the line about to leave is Will Nichols in the R5. Roger was quick earlier. I was in the 49s earlier. Be interested to see what sort of time he's going to come up with here. 3 wheels coming out of top S there. Into semicircle at 43 seconds. Going up towards the finish. This is a good time. 49.28, goes under 50 seconds in what can only be described as very awkward, difficult conditions. So Will Nichols on the hill in the R5. He's got a car business on the Isle of Wight. He's also got a lovely collection of rally cars as well. But he's driving his new to him this year Fiesta R5 left-hand drive, which he told me he's not such a big fan of. He's generally driven right-hand drive cars. Heading round semicircle now, 45 seconds, as Roger Duckworth leaves the line, going up towards Orchard now, heading up towards the Tories. So 50.74, which is an improvement for Will Nichols. He did a 51 on his first run, 50.74 this time. Roger Moran's gone under 50 seconds, 49.28. So what sort of time has Roger Duckworth got in his R5? Roger last time did a 50.59. Can he go under 50? He's certainly trying hard. Into semicircle in 43. This is looking good. Puts the power down, away to the finish. Gonna finish in a time of 49.55. 49.55. So currently, Roger Moran 49.28. 49.55 for Roger Duckworth. But we've still got the shared drive. We've got Scott Moran still to run. The car will come back down to the paddock and Scott will jump in. Here comes, looks like Stephen Moore coming to the line in his Evo 6. Pretty car. He's got a collection of 3 Evos, as young Stephen. He's a farmer from Wiltshire. He, not this season, the season before, he was our Midland Hill Climb champion in his Evo. He's got a very highly developed one as well, which all his cars have got over 600 brake horsepower. This one, he's got the light pod on the front of it for later on. He's going to be leaving the line. The brain is absolutely chucking it down at the moment. Goes off the line. Stephen Moore, what can he do? He'll do very well indeed to even beat Roger Moran's time. He's R5 indecently quick. On the line is Thomas Twemlow and his Subaru Impreza, local man, local car. This one's four-wheel drive Impreza. Anyway, Stephen, 22 seconds into Pardon there. How's he doing at the midway point? 32 seconds into the S's. Exit the S's. Heading up towards semicircle. Head into there in 45 seconds. I think he's going to be a bit slower. I think he's going to be around about the 50-second mark. In fact, he's well in, 52, 59. Conditions have got very, very wet and treacherous at the moment. So now I'm starting to see the first car in the paddock with lights on. They're just testing their lights. These are some of the demo cars which we'll be describing in a minute. Some priceless bits of machinery. We'll have Scotty Moran still have to have another go. And oh my goodness me, you can hear that sound of a 6-cylinder Porsche, a 911 with a 2.7. This is Ross McDonald. Thomas Twemlow approaches semicircle, going up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time in the 60s, 60.82 for Thomas Twemlow. Ross McDonald in the 911 2.7 RS replica. This is a fabulous old school 911. Lots and lots of power, normally aspirated engine, so no turbos on this one. Does that engine sound good as it leaves the line? Good traction too with the rear wheel drive, rear engine car. Paul Renison in the Porsche 944 S2 will be the next one you'll see. Now Ross McDonald's on full lights as he heads in towards the Torres. Good line through there. Down into the dip. Puts the brakes on. Going up in towards Pardon there. Nice line through there. Puts the power down. He's on his way up towards the S's as Paul Renison leaves the line in this rather nice Porsche 944. So the track conditions look to be very wet indeed. Well done all you hardy spectators out there with your brollies. We're going to finish off here shortly and then we're going to have the demo cars and then we're going to have a nice lunch break before we go into the afternoon evening session on full lights and darkness, which will be exciting. So Paul Renison is well on his way, heading towards the S's. Leslie McGuffog in the Austin Healey 3000 Mark II has just left the line. What a glorious looking car that is. As Scotty Moran comes to the line in the Skoda R5. So as Paul Renison heads up towards semicircle, Leslie McGuffog in the Austin Healey heads towards the Torres. Old school car, isn't that glorious? That's got a 3-litre 6-cylinder straight 6 engine in it. Beautifully turned out car. Now he's approaching Pardon, the hairpin, as Scott Moran leaves the line in the Skoda R5. Our quickest man of the day so far. Can he go quicker again? Can he beat his 47s that he was into earlier? He's absolutely flying. This guy has got serious talent. And he only drives this car on the rally day. Last year he turned up and he drove it for the first time. So it's not like he drives it in between. But this guy is talent personified, as you would be if you've won the championship 6 times. Absolutely spraying, ripping off the car, breaks into the S's, keeping the line absolutely superb. Now this would be a great guy because the conditions were just like this on his last run. They were absolutely, the track was ripping wet. Anyway, Scott Moran comes around semicircle, heads up towards the finish. What can he do? 47.61. Well done, Scott Moran. 49.28 for his dad. 52 for Alistair Moffat, 49.55 for Roger Duckworth. Well, that was pretty special. Now we've got some demo cars. Now this is a bit different. This is a Peugeot, a pickup truck. Now this was actually designed for use on the East African Safari Rally, and the ones they used to use then had a big V6 3-litre V6 engine. This one is currently running the original 2-litre engine, 4-cylinder lump, and unusual, yes, but when you run events like the East African Safari Rally, it's handy to be able to carry plenty of fuel. It's handy to be able to spare tyres in the back. So a pickup truck is a pretty good bet. So here we go with the Peugeot pickup truck. Now, I'm not getting any information about these cars, but anyway, I can see the Escort on the line. I think that's the Louis Edgar Walker car, which from memory was an RS 1600R. So the Peugeot's on the hill at the moment, the pickup truck, rather nice. Now we've got the beautiful Mark 1 Escort on the line. This car competed, I think, a replica of the Daily Mirror car that competed in the 1972 International Rally. Glorious looking car, two-tone white and yellow, white and blue with a black bonnet. Absolutely fabulous, beautifully turned out car. Leaves the line, and of course this is the slowly sideways demo run, so the value of some of these cars just means they're just too valuable to start giving it big beans. So we've got Gary Kirkham and Neil Kirkham in a very flared Escort. I think this would be an Escort Mark IV. Got the rally suspension on it, very nicely turned out car. About to leave the line. On the line is the Corkhills Porsche. Swinsko and Kermo drivers of this car. You don't see many rally Porsches, but when you do, they're a bit special, and they're still extremely successful cars. The engine sounds terrific. Wow, 6-cylinder, turbocharged, leaves the line. So the numbers don't necessarily bear much relationship to what we've got in our program. So we've got the Clarion Subaru Legacy on the line, the yellow one. Colin McRae was probably the most successful driver of the Legacy. Sounds absolutely tremendous. 6-cylinder flat 6. So he's on his way. So the Legacy heads in towards the Torres there, and he will follow what looks remarkably like a Lancia Integrale. A red Integrale on the line. The Legacy is on its way up towards Pardon. They'll release that Integrale. 4-wheel drive, obviously, in that Integrale. Worth a blooming fortune these days. The Legacy has a half spin going out of Pardon. Gets the power down the 4-wheel drive. Now this looks a bit special. On the line, Peugeot T16. These were one of the original supercars. I'm not sure if this is an original one, but the original ones used to have like a 600 brake horsepower engine, 4-wheel drive, extremely rapid, extremely quick, and that one's definitely got the full ticket, got the 4-wheel drive, blasts off the line, heading up towards Orchard, through the bridge. Have a look at that one, that T16 Peugeot, isn't that magnificent? The original works colours as well, absolutely superb. 4-wheel drive, going up towards Pardon. Coming off the line is the Tommy Makinen Evo, the red Evo. I remember seeing it here last year, absolutely spectacular car, 4-wheel drive again. Tommy Makinen won the World Championship in a car like this, and they produced a Makinen Evo, which if you're the proud owner of one of those, you're probably sat on about 100 grams worth of stuff. Anyway, there goes the Evo, heading up towards Pardon, And on the line, I've got Steve Turvey, Johnny Milner, the ex four-wheel drive Ford Escort. I think it could well be an Escort Cosworth, that one. Very nice indeed. So the Evo heads up towards top S, heading up towards semicircle. On the line, I've got the, I think it's the ex-Carlos Sainz version, the Repsol Cosworth Escort. Extremely rapid car, and that's in the work colours. So if that one is a replica, it's beautiful. They've done a fantastic job on that. Got the big light pod on the front as well. So the Escort Cosworth heads up towards there, and then so that one's just left the line, and we've still got just a few more cars to go. Yeah, in fact, we've got quite a few cars to go. The GT3 Cup car 2003 Porsche is waiting on the line to entertain us. Got a big light pod on the front. Will sound absolutely fabulous as that Escort Cosworth heads up in towards Pardon. Four-wheel drive's got to be useful in these conditions, hasn't it? So the GT3 Cup car, this is a competition Porsche, 2003, sounds absolutely fantastic. Wow, would I like that. Now here's something a little bit different coming to the line as the sun starts to come out. Isn't that great? Bit of sunshine. A lovely, lovely RS2000 Mark I Escort is on the line. Look at the colour scheme on this one, folks. Oh, we've had a bit of a spin from the Porsche. I missed that one, looking at the Escort. But can't see any damage. He's obviously come round through bridge there. Perhaps Richard will be doing a replay for us to see in a minute. Right, can't see any damage on the Porsche. He turns across the grass a little bit of mud there. Track's looking very wet now. Here comes the replay. So as he comes in, oh, okay, so he came into Orchard Corner. He probably decided he'd overcooked it, so he went up the original track. No damage to the car. Sensible bit of driving, being a demo car. Oh, and now he's managed to spin it at the top, at Pardon. So he's having an adventurous run, this chap. Luckily, no damage to the car. It's rear-wheel drive. Now he's going to find it quite hard to get back onto the track. Has he got enough traction to get on? Yes, he's just about got onto the tarmac again. They're holding the Escort on the line. Oh, they're going to replay this one. So as he comes into Pardon, it looks all right. And then I think he just got on the power a bit too quick, I think, perhaps. Just had a little half spin. Okay, so we're still on demo runs. The sun's come out. It looks absolutely fabulous. Look at that contrasting sky over, well, up towards the northeast, I'd say. Looks great, but now the sun's out, it looks absolutely fabulous. So that Porsche comes up towards the finishing line, trying a little bit too hard in the wet conditions. So whether or not they'll have to just check the track, which they are doing. Yeah, the marshals are just getting the mud back onto the grass, getting the brushes out again. So the next car we'll be seeing is this glorious RS2000. And if you look at this white car, that when it comes to you, it's all white with what they call the blue decals, the decals. So the blue decals on this car, which was standard ticket on the bonnet and the sides. And this one's a beautifully turned out car with the original looking mini lights on it as well. So nice original looking RS2000. Just showing a little replay at the moment of the Porsche, and the marshals will obviously be out there. Prescott Rally, well, that's what it's about. It's a muddy day, it's a wet day, as the Escort on the line waits to go. So they'll just check the track's all good. But the sun's out now, which is great. We'll probably see a rainbow soon. But the brollies are still up, aren't they? I'm just looking up the track there. Still plenty of brollies up there. Yeah, still raining. But the sun's out as well. How bizarre. Well, I hope you're enjoying your trip to Prescott. If you're new viewers, this is Rich Danby is presenting this with Eleanor, and it's all live on YouTube on the HillClimb.TV channel. Now the rain's pouring down again, the sun's out, but we'll be back in action very shortly. Starts his engine up on the line. I think this one will have a 2-litre Ford Pinto engine in it. This was a 4-cylinder, normally aspirated engine. Not huge amounts of horsepower, but very, very nicely turned out car. Leaves the line. You can hear the induction of those Weber carburetors spinning the wheels as he leaves the line, heading up towards bridge, gets it into second, hopefully into third, comes round underneath the bridge. And that's a great sight, looking at that car coming round the corner there at the bridge with the sun out and pouring with rain as well. Anyway, comes into Ettores in this beautiful Mark 1 RS 2000, sideways out of there. They always handled like go-karts, fabulous cars, got one brake light working, one not working, so I hope Mr. Plodd's not watching. Gets it round Pardon as the Vauxhall Astra leaves the line. Will be followed by Gwyndaf Evans. I think this is Gwyndaf Evans' old car, perhaps, the MG was, I think they had a 1800 in these, fuel injected engine, Gwyndaf Evans car, big light pod on the front, the works colours I think, the MG green and grey, as the Astra goes quite sideways into Pardon. So the demo runs are having a bit of a go, aren't they? They are trying hard. Still a few cars to come, not many. Here goes Gwyndaf Evans' old MG, and coming to the line is a rather spectacular looking Lada. The highly developed Lada, Szabo and Kaluza. The works drivers, it's competed in the Rallye New Zealand, Brunza and Dadkani on the front wings as well. These are based on like a Fiat 131. And this was the Polish version of it. Leaves the line, rear wheel drive, well developed Lada, and here comes to the line the Rothmans Escort, the Mark II Escort in the Rothmans colours. This was incredible colours that Harry Vatnam would have driven one like this, the Rothmans Escort, and it was very, very famous. Now this is the looking to maybe be the last car possibly before lunch. I'm not seeing anything behind it. Anyway, so the Lada's on the hill. The Lada heads towards Pardon. Gets round Pardon. Very successful with these old Ladas, very tough, very well built cars. Big bits of steel, not the lightest things, but they were built to finish rallies, and that's what they did with a lot of success. Bit like the Skodas, the 130 RS that John Hovland used to win his class every year on the old RAC Rally. I think he won it 11 times in the Skoda. People used to laugh at the Skodas, but they didn't laugh when they kept winning. Anyways, here comes the Rothmans Escort on its way round Pardon, heading up towards the finish, up towards the S's. Now I'm beginning to see a potential here for end of our racing before lunch. I will get that confirmed. We're not quite sure yet. I think we're going to get a closing car shortly to close the hill for lunch. I'll find out for you how long lunch is, and then I think it was planned to be an hour. Bear with me, folks, I'll find out some more. Okay, folks, I've confirmed it is now going to be lunch. We're hoping to start around about 4-ish, between 4 for 10. You can get yourself down into the paddock, various places to get yourself some food. I've just heard that the car parks have been closed because they're utterly waterlogged. So the rain's not helping us on that. So come and get yourself some lunch. I'm guessing we'll have nearly an hour for lunch then. We'll start again just after 4. Enjoy your lunch and we'll talk to you in a bit.
because I can't get it. I can't get the dilly and the Prescott. Oh, that's rain.
Quite light here though. That was it.
They're going to struggle. They're going to struggle. Yeah, but they mostly had your back in them, so that's why I'm moving it.
Well, our belated lunch break is completed and we are now going to be seeing the second practice runs. In fact, starting with the two-wheel drive historic Category 1 cars. First off being car 20, Roger Jones in the Austin Mini. And away goes Roger. So the format for the remainder of the day is that we will have this practice session, then we'll be having some more demonstration runs from the strictly sideways members. Then it's the third timed runs, followed by some more demonstration runs, and then rounding it all off, at which time it'll be pretty dark for the fourth timed runs. Lights on for this session. Roger rounding the Ettores on up towards Pardon. this is a practice run not counting towards the competitive element of the day. Carter also out on the course at the moment in the Fiat 695 SS Abarth, 695 cc's of course, car number 21, with the, as ever, the rear engine cover propped open, as was always the case with these little Fiats. Pardon on up into the S's for Lee. Andrew Brooks also out there in the Austin Mini Cooper Mark II, car number 22. He counted as a 75.008 on his second practice run. Brooks continues his way up the hill in the Mini Cooper. Heading towards the line now. Richard Derrick is out there in the 1275 GT Mini, car number 23. Andrew Brooks' time is 69.41, which is his quickest run so far today, albeit, as I say, a practice run. Derek looks to be going quite well at the moment. He did a 60.68 this morning to lie in a third place after the first runs. A little bit slower this afternoon, 61.12. Meanwhile, Peter Baker is on course in that graceful, stately Daimler Conquest. He heads up towards the Torres, in the same class, of course, as all the minis, but not really ever like to be competitive with them, as Peter knows. He's here just for the fun today. As I mentioned before, he's the editor of Retro Speed website, and will be out doing the Classic Monte Carlo Rally in January. Moss is on the hill as well, in the Hillman Imp. In car number 27, rounding Pardon currently. 76.33 for Peter Baker. That's his best time this morning was a 75.71. Wide on the exit there for Ian Moss as he heads into semicircle on towards the finish line. What time can he manage? Just dropping the wheel on the grass there. Does a 61.09. Charles Reynolds is on the hill in that wonderful Alpine Renault A110. The ex Jean-Pierre Nicklin, the Anderson machine. Now currently. Charles's best time this morning was a 63.57. Already the lights having a little bit of impact as they come up the hill. The light is fading just a little bit here, Prescott. Thomas Robinson is car 29, the Morris Mini Cooper, rounding a Torres. most of the roads. He goes through the S's on up to semicircle. Ben Thorne, meanwhile, car 30. The Austin Healey Clubman, that's squared off front end. Heads up towards Pardon as we get a time of 64.46 there for Thomas Robinson, in which case that was quicker than either of his morning runs. I just caught that time, I hope I caught it correctly, as Ben Thorne goes up towards semicircle. The Mark 1 Ford Fiesta of Arnaud Total heads around Torres. Ben Thorne does a 61.26, just about a tenth of a second off his best time this morning. Arnaud Total around Pardon, heads on up. Twig is out there in the Morris Mini Cooper S into a Torres now. As Arnaud Total does a 62.27, that's his quickest time of the day so far. As I say, unfortunately for him, doesn't actually count towards anything as it is a practice run. Jeffrey Twig safely around Pardon. Then heading towards the finish line now, around semicircle on towards the line, and the time will be 68.19 for Jeffrey, and that is about a second slower than his best time this morning, as Mark Krajtanovsky heads up the hill in his Mini Cooper. About to go over the line mark with a time of 61.55, which is 0.02 of a second slower than his best time this morning. Car 52 rounding Pardon is Matt Clark in the Austin Mini. Quickest in the class this morning with a 54.82, just marginally slower, does a 54.90, while Stephen Powell makes his way up the hill in the Hillman Avenger, rounding the Torres. The tailor ever so slightly on the exit, runs on up towards Pardon, into that left-hander. Out a little bit there, but not too much time lost. He was second quickest this morning with a 60.60. Paul Jones is on the hill in the car that he is sharing with Roger Jones, of course, a 61.17 for Stephen Powell, so a little bit, about half a second off his best time of the morning. Paul Jones's best time this morning was a 62.29. The shade car is the Fiat Abarth, now being driven by David Fripp, car 721. 64.92 for Paul Jones, so again a little bit down on his best time this morning. the hill heads the Fiat Abarth, David Fripp. And we see the Volvo P1800S of Simon Firth Bernard. David Fripp doing a 72.90, so that is his best time of the day by just about 0.06 of a second, in fact. Simon Firth Bernard managed to 68.03 this morning. Nick Wilkins runs into Ettores in the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI. .67.68 for Simon in the Volvo. He sets his best time to date. Nick Wilkins did a 61.07 this morning. Let's see how close he can get to that this afternoon. Gary Cox also out there in the Reliant Scimitar GTE car number 42. Clark in the 6-cylinder Triumph Vitesse Mark II with a full array of lights heads to Ettores as Gary Cox does a 58.94, 3/10 off his best time this morning. The Vitesse goes into Pardon and on up the hill. Burgess in that beautiful Bugatti Type 13 rounds Ettores, enough. So two headlights, not the full array of lights that some of the other cars have. Around Pardon he goes. Progress up the hill. As out of Ettores comes Peter Cooper in the Austin Allegro, 1750cc front-wheel drive Allegro goes into Pardon. As Edmund Burgess is a 73.25, which again is his best time so far, I think. Peter Cooper has a 69.08 to try and better. Stephen Allen in the 4.25 Bentley Special runs up towards Pardon. Peter Cooper does a 65.72, so he makes up over 3 seconds on his time from this morning. Continuing on its way as Simon Braithwaite goes up the hill in that lovely looking Ford Escort RS 1600. And Ettores, a twitch on the exit. It's a good time for Stephen Allen, 73.58. That is something like 4.5 seconds made up on his previous best time as Simon Braithwaite continues his way up in the RS 1600. And Kevin Knight is out there in the Andrews Heat for Hire livery Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Simon Braithwaite does a 57.78, again improving on his morning times. Knight rounds pardon. Sorry, Kevin Knight rounds pardon in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. On to the S's he goes. Just a little bit, ever so slightly tail happy in his way through there. And a round semicircle towards the finish line to record a 59.61, again finding 2 seconds on his previous time, as it looks like there's a problem unfortunately for Graham Wynne in the Ford Escort Mark II. He's running pretty slowly under the bridge. Seems to be making up a little bit of speed now though as he runs up to Ettores. Now he seems to be picking up. Not quite sure what happened there. He's around Ettores. I don't think he's up to full pace, as it were, yet. Goes on up to Pardon. And he is, I think, going to be well off his time from this morning, which was a 66.12. Bullock in the Bugatti Type 51 heads into Ettores. Graham Wynne's time, yeah, 75.75, so clearly not all was well with that Escort as he went up the hill. Bullock's best time is a 67.22. Kevin Walt in the Mark II Escort, also on the hill at the moment. Colin Bullock with a 65.48, then improving his time by over a second and a half with that run. Kevin Walt looking to better, 58.32. He was second in his class after the runs this morning. Who leads that class, the Class H5, will be next on the hill. In fact, that is Nick Whale there, heading around Ettores, car number 50. Kevin Walt with a 55.91, which betters Nick Whale's best time and significantly improves on Kevin's best time this morning. So 55.91 the target for Nick Whale, albeit, as I say, these are practice runs at the moment. They don't count towards the final results of the day. So what can Nick Whale do? 54.71, so he now goes quicker, 1.2 seconds quicker than Kevin Walt, and it seems to me the conditions must be improving on the hill. Despite the fact the visibility might not be quite so good, it's getting darker. The cars are generally going faster. As Jones sits on the start line in his Mark II Ford Escort, he did a 63.02 this morning. Away he goes off the line. To the bridge then for Chris. 51 then, rounds Ettores. Continues the full array of lights on the front of the Mark II Escort. Through Pardon he goes, on up the hill. Mark Maynard gets away in his Hillman Imp. It's Chris Jones who's at the towards the top end of the hill. Looks pretty good run so far, but what will he stop the clock at? As the input Mark Maynard comes into it, Torres. Chris Jones records a 56.61, and that is a big improvement, over 6 seconds improvement on his morning run. Mark Maynard looking to better at 63.97 this morning. Makes his way on up the hill. Rival in his class is Nigel Pitt in the Mini, who will be next up the hill after Mark. There is Nigel going towards Torres. Mark Maynard then with a 61.09, again picking up well, very nearly 3 seconds on his time from this morning. Nigel Pitt continues on up the hill in the Rover Mini. John Humphreys is also on the hill in the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI, another of the 2 driver cars, car number 735. So what can, as Josh Humphreys continues then around pardon, it's a 66.36 for Nigel Pitt. He's only able to find about 0.08 of a second on his best time from this morning as the Golf continues its way up the hill. Josh was second in his class after the morning runs. As under the bridge comes John McQuillan in the Mini Cooper. John Humphreys has just done a 61.47, and if this were a competitive run, that would put him in the lead of his class, but it is, as I keep saying, a practice run. John McQuillan looking to better a 70.94 from this morning. Another Mini on the hill at the moment is the class-leading Mini of Stuart Baker, number 59. John McQuillan, 57, is getting close to the finish line now. And for some reason, John doesn't seem to have tripped the clock at the finish. I thought he would have been there by now. Not quite sure what's happened with John. The Nissan Micra that is going through Torres at the moment, that's car number 62. That is the car of Edward James, of course, 1400cc machine. Also at the moment is car number 64. Peugeot 205 GTI 1600 of Bob Clark. These cars were produced because of 1600 and 1900cc machines. This is one of the 1600s. 65 Richard Weaver round to Torres in the Citroen Saxo VTS. Richard second quickest in his class this morning with a 61.23. Egger on the hill. He is in the Escort Mark 1, car number 66. Richard Weaver does a 59.22, his first run under the minute mark today. So Andrew Egger rounds Pardon. HillClimb commentator Owen Keel is out there in his Mini Cooper, car number 67. Owen, who I think I might say was originally born in Wales, but has spent a large part of his life in Canada, and hence the very distinct Canadian accent that he speaks with. Did a 64.47 this morning. In the 2806, this is a genuine Peugeot Cup car, competed in the Peugeot Cup. This car, number 68, Malcolm Hearn. As Owen called as a 66.38, so a couple of seconds down on his time from this morning. Malcolm Hill did a 62.67 before lunch. Smith on the hill in car 120, the Ford Fiesta. As Malcolm here records a 60.27, so he finds quite a reasonable block of time compared to his earlier runs. Wilson is out there in the Peugeot 205, car number 69. Stuart Smith negotiates the top end of the hill. Wilson rounds Pardon. And a 67.25 for Connor Stewart Smith, so again significantly quicker than he managed this morning. So he may well have had problems this morning, judging by the time he set then. Ben Cross is on the hill in the Mazda MX-5 sports car, runs down towards the Tories at the moment. Robert Wilson with a good time of 57.86, again his first run sub 1 minute. Cross rounds hatchets. And another MX-5 makes its way off the line. This time it's Matthew Morgan. Ben Cross does a 59.19, and that is almost make that almost 3.5 seconds quicker than he was before lunch, as the 71 car of Matthew Morgan rounds the Tories, runs on up towards Pardon. Car continues its way up towards semicircle as Oliver Wright brings the Peugeot 206 GTI, car number 72, up to the Tories and slide around the hairpin there for Oliver, as Matthew Morgan does a 62.53, again finding a lot of time compared to his previous run, as Oliver Wright's enthusiasm possibly getting a little better him a little bit as he rounds Pardon there. He continues on his way through the S's. Charles Stapleton in the BMW 318i heads around Ettores. As Oliver Wright does a 60.38, again finding a couple of seconds from his earlier runs. BMW then heading through the S's as David Smith starts his run in the Renault Sport Clio 182, comes up to Ettores. Charles Stapleton looking to improve on a 74.71, does that significantly with a 70.08. Smith continues up the hill then in the Clio 182. There's another Clio on the hill as well, and that's Peter Siddle in car 76, who comes under the bridge and on up towards Ettores. David Smith does a 62.28, finds 3 seconds earlier. Interesting light display on Peter Siddle, Renault Clio. Siddle continuing his way up the hill. As Lewis Porter sits on the start line in the Mazda MX-5. So as the line goes, Peter in that Renault Clio does a 58.84, so just over half a second improvement for Peter as Lewis Porter comes under the bridge in the open top Mazda. Into Ettores he goes, around the right-hander in the 79 machine, heads on up towards Pardon, left-hand corner. But has caught 1 or 2 people out so far today. We've had a couple landing up in the gravel on the outside, but he is safely around that. Furness leaves the line in the Mini Cooper. We see the Mazda continue its way on up the hill, hanging the tail out there through the left-hander at the S's into semicircle as Anna May comes to Ettores in the Mini Cooper, and Lewis Porter does a 64.07 and has found over 6 seconds in that car. May heads on up the hill. Tom Weaver gets underway in the Citroen Saxo VTS, but we continue on the Mini Cooper. As the S's heads up towards semicircle. May's time is 67.79, so she drops nearly a second on her best time before lunch. Tom Weaver continues on up in the Citroen Saxo. Time to beat of 60.67. Richard Egger brings his Mark 1 Escort up to Ettores. Richard, who's been heavily involved in rallying for many, many years now. And, continues his way on up towards Pardon. Moss sets off his escort. So Richard Egger continuing through the top half of the hill. I've just wanted to hang the tail out a little bit as he goes up towards the semicircle, but Joshua Moss in the Mark II escort. It goes into Pardon. Richard Egger does a 69.13, so that's over 1 second improvement on his time before lunch. Joshua Moss continues his way up in the Mark II, hanging the tail out a bit there in the S's. Not too much, don't think it would have cost him any time. He's through semicircles under the bridge. At the bottom of the hill comes Neil Howells in the MGTF sports car. Never used, as far as I can recall, by MG4 rallying, but a number of private individuals have run MGs, particularly on tarmac events. Neil continues his way up the hill. Porter rounds the Tories in his Welsh-built Darien T90. The early Darians and Davians before them relied a lot on Hillman in-power units, but these later machines less so, as Neil Howells records a 70.14. He finds 3 seconds from his earlier runs. Porter did a 62.92 earlier on. Can he improve on that as Andrew Feekings in the Renault Clio 182 car 111 makes his way around the Torres. And on around Pardon. Jones is on the hill in the MG ZR 190. There used to be a single make rally championship for these MGs some considerable time ago. Andrew Feekings does a 59.57, so about 3/10 improvement on his earlier time. Richard Jones rounds Pardon in the MG. Sorry, Roland Jones. Off the line goes the Peugeot 205 of David Wilson, as Roland Jones continues on up the hill towards the finish line. And we catch a glimpse of 7:69 David Wilson, as Roland's time is recorded as a 64.20. So again, improving on his time from earlier on. So many of the drivers are doing at the moment. David Wilson still continues up in the Peugeot 205. His time to improve on is a 57.94, which put him in third place before the lunch break, and just less than a tenth off the leader, and there were only 200ths between first and second. And David Wilson has just done a 57.03, which would give him the fastest time were this a competitive run, not a practice run. So Tim Cross sits on the start line in the shared Mazda MX-5, and away he goes. Tim is around the Torres. Another MX-5 sits on the start line in the hands of Duncan Morgan, just gets it away now. So Duncan Morgan goes around Torres. Tim Cross in the car that he shares with Ben Cross is a 61.25, so he's managed to find over 3 seconds from this morning. Duncan Morgan did a 61.38 this morning, and we'll be looking to better that. Joseph Taylor is in the Mini Cooper S, car number 73. Duncan Morgan does a sub 1 minute run with a 59.59 in the road rally class. Jason Taylor continues his way up. He did a 60.97 before lunch. It sounds like there's a little bit of debris on the track, which we have a red flag whilst that is retrieved, and Jason Taylor not able to get too close to his free lunch time of 60.97. He does a 62.32, and we're just going to have a short break now whilst the marshals go to work to clear the track. Sitting on the start line at the moment, the modern version of the Alpine A110 as opposed to the classic version that Charles Reynolds is in today. So this is the car of Caroline Ryder that waits to get away. She shares the car today with Robert Lancaster Gay. Marshals are waiting for the flags to come in so they can get back underway. So while we have this little lull, I will hand over to my fellow commentator, Chris Ponsford.
Well, good afternoon. Could call it good evening almost, but it's good afternoon anyway. It's Chris Bonsford back in the box. My man Peter's just having a break. So we carry on. Prescott in the dark. Well, I'm just watching it on the live stream. Obviously, I can see how dark it is out there. And pretty exciting stuff, isn't it? It's a unique experience. Anyway, we've got Mike Dorr on the hill in that beautiful Chevette, and it must be quite exciting seeing it with all those lights and fog lights and driving lights. Yeah, he's got about 4 or 5 going at the moment. Absolutely stunning. Just interested to see how the times have changed in the dark, whether or not they're much down on what they were before. Who knows? But it's going to be a new experience, because obviously a lot of these cars won't necessarily have fancy lighting systems on them, you know. So particularly if they're road going class. And interesting when you look at the live stream. Yeah, it's at the moment it's quite dramatic. The marshals are all in their orange, and that's all getting lit up by the bright headlights. So Mike Dorr went up in 60s, just over 60 seconds, and we've just got Peter Hedges in his lovely Escort Mark II on the hill at the moment, and he'll be followed by Alan McFarlane in his John Cooper Works Mini, the modern Mini. But yeah, I see flashes on cameras going off, and there's still a marvellous amount of you on the hill watching, which is absolutely thrilling. The car parks are full. Interesting getting out, no doubt. But anyway, so it's a new experience for me in the box, because everything's pretty dark down here too. So Peter Hedges in his Escort Mark II has just finished in 57 seconds. Alan McFarlane is still on the hill, and the next car we'll be seeing leaving the line will be Roy Newton in his Porsche Carrera 12S. Don't know the significance of the 12S, but anyway, we've got an interesting class coming up. We've got the two-wheel drive 2 litres and over, and interesting stuff there. So Alan McFarlane's on the hill in his Mini, John Cooper Works Mini, finishes in 65.17. Roy Newton is already well on his way up the hill, and he's in his Porsche Carrera 12. And on the line at the moment we've got the Ford Escort of Roger Taylor. This one's Vauxhall Engine 1, sounds absolutely terrific. Car number 94. Suffering 1 or 2 timing issues. Roy Newton hasn't finished yet, but he's approaching the line now, going through semicircle. In fact, just watching him now coming through semicircle, going to be in the 60s, probably going to finish in a time of 66.06. Roger Taylor's left the line in the red Ford Escort, absolutely stunning looking car, heads up towards the Torres, round the Torres, heading down the dip, approaching the base, going into Pardon there. Sounds terrific, that car. Just looking at the lights, I'm also just watching all the reflection as I see that what it's illuminating. So as it heads up towards the S's, it lights up well. Little dip of the brakes. Pekka Tolokas is going to be coming your way shortly in his Mazda MX-5. He's a regular competitor on the hill. He has got a turbocharged MX-5, and that one is pushing out over 400 brake horsepower. So extremely rapid car. Knows his way up the hill, but looking at the lights he's got on there, they're not terribly bright, because 57.75 for Roger Taylor in the Escort. So Pekka approaches Pardon hairpin now. Lots of flashes going off. Hope you're all getting some great photos out there. Very difficult in the dark. Very difficult with flash photography, as I know, with not getting frozen wheels, because the action is frozen. So 42, 48, 49, approaching semicircle Pekka. John Wells has just left the line in his Mazda MX-5, and he'll be followed by Hendrik Minderman in the Subaru Impreza. No, it's not the Impreza. This is the Honda that's down as an Impreza anyway. Yeah, it looks like a, I don't know if it's a Type R or not, can't see in the dark here. Don't have a lot of info on that one. Anyway, so we seem to have lost some of our live stream timings on the left-hand side on live stream. John Wells is still on the hill. He's S's going up towards semicircle. In fact, yeah, he's just exited top S. Going round semicircle now. He's going to finish it in the time of about 58-59 seconds. 59.75 for John Wells in the MX-5. Hendrik Minderman on the hill, and he'll be followed by Matthew Pearce in the Subaru Impreza. This is an Impreza, this one, a blue one, car 101. Leaves the line now, uses all that traction of the four-wheel drive, and I see he's got some lovely blue lights on the wheels, so you'll see the wheels are all bright blue as he's coming up by you, spinning. Looks great. So Matthew Pearce is on his way. Hendrik Minderman in the Honda is already yeah, in fact, you see the lights on the wheels. Don't they look spectacular on Matthew Pearce's Impreza? Yeah, and he's just coming. Yeah, it's quite challenging watching it even on the live stream because it's very dark too. Anyway, he's on his way up towards the S's. John Pick has just left the line in his AMS Mattea, which is the Subaru-based, like almost kit car really, with fiberglass mechanical bodywork on that one. So Matthew Pearce is approaching the line now. He's going to finish just under 60 seconds. In fact, 60.54 for Matthew Pearce. John Pick is on the hill. He's in the AMS Mattea. He's going round Pardon as we speak. Heading up towards the S's. And John Denman has just left the line in his lovely Subaru Impreza WRX. And he'll be followed by the Toyota Yaris of Malcolm Evans. So he's still on the line. Malcolm Evans on the line. So John Pick is already 57.17 for John Pick. Malcolm Evans about to leave the line in his Toyota Yaris. Very popular little cars these now. When they first came out you couldn't get one for love nor money, but now I think the waiting list is reduced. But now Stephen Moore's car's approaching the line. This should be Andy Greenan, I think. It is Andy Greenan. I wasn't sure whether this one had retired at lunch, but no, it does appear to be back out. It had one or two little difficulties this morning. Andy Greenan, he's normally drives a single-seater with his brother. Very, very rapid indeed, and this is his first go in what can only be described as a fully sorted, proper prod sports car. So he leaves the line. Stop. Nearly got the back wheel over the line. Fortunately, he will get another go. If his back wheel had crossed the line, he wouldn't have got a go. That was close. But we are still on nighttime practice runs, so it doesn't really matter too much at this stage. These aren't time runs, but I don't think they're applicable. I may be wrong. Right, road rally class so far. Malcolm Evans 60.16. Oh, that's gone again. And now we're going into the four-wheel drive class, which would be Andy Greenan in the Mitsubishi. Look at the lights on that one. That LED lights on the front of that is really illuminating things. Coming up on his way up into Ettores. Brakes hard into Ettores. Great big semicircle corner really. Then puts the power down again. Gets himself down into the dip. Heading up towards Pardon. Well illuminated. Flicks it round there. All good so far. Puts the power down. Very nice indeed. Heading up towards semicircle. Must be a unique experience for him and the drivers running Prescott in the dark under lights. Only they could tell you what it's actually like, but he's looking good. And Robert Lancaster Gay leaves the line in the Alpine A110. I was picked up on that by our friend Mr. Bill Pardo. Good afternoon, Bill. The Alpine, not the Alpine as I called it, got castigated. So How are we looking here? So Robert Lancaster Gay, he's only on road lights at the moment, so that's going to be an interesting experience for him. But as he approaches Pardon, it looks to be quite well illuminated, to be fair. So looking at the times, Andy Greenan, he finished in 57.14. Malcolm Evans did 61.59. John Denman was 66.83. So Robert Lancaster Gay's on the court. Here we got Alistair Moffat. Alistair Moffat is driving Roger Moran's Skoda R5. This is a properly sorted rally car, this one. He's got the blue lights flashing between the wheels, so they'll be interesting as the wheels whiz out. So Alistair, he was in the 49s this morning. That was his best effort. He had one untidy run where he decided to do a bit of grass cutting on his approach up towards the Torres, out of Orchard. So come on, Alistair, let's see what you got for us this time. Nice clean start. And he'll be followed by Roger Moran, who's already left the line. And I've got Will Nichols here in the Ford Fiesta R5, the Island Car Centre. That's his garage business in the Isle of Man. Very big business, so I understand. And that's his first year in this car. It's a left-hand drive car, so that's different. So Roger Moran, so looking at some times here. So Alistair Moffat finishes in a 49.55. So can Roger Moran beat that? And of course we've still got Scott Moran to come. And we've also got Will Nichols on the hill in his Fiesta R5, 49.45 for Roger. And Roger Duckworth will be the next one on the line in his Ford Fiesta R5. Now this is the earlier version of the car that Will Nichols has got, the Mark II effectively, and the Mark I. The Mark I's have got the rounded wheel arches, and Will Nichols' car's got the square wheel arches. Anyway, so what are we looking at here? 49.45 for Roger. Will Nichols is going to be finishing shortly. What's he going to do? 51.14 for Will Nichols. Roger Duckworth leads the line in his little Fiesta. At the moment, Roger's leading the pack in that class, just beating Alistair Moffat by a tenth. Roger Duckworth, can he get under 50 seconds? And we'll have Scott Moran, our fastest time of the day man, to follow shortly when Roger's come back down the hill and swapped over and given the... In fact, Scott is driving with Alistair Moffat, isn't he? So Scott should be in the blue car. Roger Duckworth, he's coming up round semicircle, he's coming up towards the finish, approaches the finish, and he's going to do a time of 49.46. He's, 1/100th of a second slower than Roger Moran, and just a bit quicker than Alistair Moffat. So it's all getting a bit hot up there now, isn't it? Tom Twemlow in the Super Impreza on the hill, and he'll be followed by Ross McDonald in that glorious 911 2.7 RS replica Porsche, which has got a full-blown, normally aspirated 2.7 six-cylinder engine in the back of that. Sounds terrific, old school Porsche. So 49.46 for Roger Duckworth. So, gosh, this is so close, isn't it? Tom Twemlow, he's not going to be quite that sort of pace, but as he speaks now, he's on his way up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 64.24 for Tom Twemlow. Ross McDonald in his lovely Porsche is already well on the way. He looks like to be approaching the Pardon hairpin, and he's around there already. He's going to blast it up towards the S's. Paul Renison in the 944 Porsche has just left the line, the S2 944. Pretty little car, that one. So Ross McDonald through the S's, coming up towards semicircle. He's about 50 seconds, so he's going to be time in the late 50s, I fancy. Coming up towards the finish, 59.28 for Ross McDonald in the Porsche 911. Paul Renison on the hill, and we're just waiting for some cars on the line here. So it's quite interesting to look across and see the marshals with their head torches. This is a unique experience for them as well. To be fair, unique experience for our photographers on the hill. Chuckle Brothers, if you're out on the hill in the dark, good luck this afternoon. Maybe Stuart Wings out there as well. Jeff Robinson be on the hill. No Gail and Rob today. Who else can we think might be out there today? I did actually chat to, I think his name was Steve, a chap in the paddock who was shooting 6x7 film cameras today, which was nice to see. I think it might be a bit of a struggle for him now. It's getting rather dark. Here comes Stephen Moore. Stephen Moore in the Evo 6, car number 806, permanent four-wheel drive, turbocharged 2-litre engine, 600 odd brake horsepower, loads of oomph, very well driven car, ex-Midland Hill Climb champion, farmer from near Salisbury, owns 3 of these and drives them very well. So he's revving the engine, off he goes. Stephen Moore in the Evo 6. He'll be looking to get under 50 seconds if he can. That would be a good time, dicing it with those R5s. In these conditions, he's certainly got the power to do it, and he would be probably in the daylight and dry, he'd probably be comfortably under 50 seconds. But anyway, it's dark, it's damp, it's wet. The light has gone, but his headlights and his LED bar on the front seem to be doing a great job. He seems to have loads of lights as he approaches the S's. Little dab of brakes round through the S's, which some say is the trickiest part to drive. Safely through there, on his way up towards semicircle. He's going to be gone around semicircle 47, 48. He's going to be over 50 seconds. I think he's going to be around about the 54 mark. 54.77 for Stephen Moore in his Evo 6, but it's good to see the car still running. They've had a couple of little gremlins to deal with, but they've got it all running, so that's all good news. Very exciting down here at the start line, lots of lights on. But as you go up the hill, as you know better than me, anyone out there, it's pretty dark. That looks like Scott Moran. Yes, here comes the Skoda R5. Whoa, that looks amazing. Scott is such a talented driver. I wonder if he can match his 47 seconds time from this morning in the dark. It'd be very interesting to see, because he seemed to get quicker and quicker last year when he drove this car for the first time. In fact, he beat Dad on his first time out in this car. Now, to be fair, I can't remember if it was the blue one or the green one that they had with them last year. But either way, he's in the blue one today. About 300 brake horsepower, 4-wheel drive, got a great light system on the front of that. Extremely talented driver, having a rest from driving the single-seaters next year. So he's going to have a play in some of Dad's other cars, which in this one case is this lovely R5 Skoda. Oh, he revs up, he's away. Look at the lights on the wheels too. That looks fantastic, doesn't it? The illumination of the lights he's got on the front is terrific. Comes round Orchard, looking really good. On his way up towards Ittori, puts the brakes on, goes round Ittori's, which is a sweeping long right-hand corner. Power goes down towards the dip. Starts to brake as he comes up towards Pardon. See those lights? The lights are on. Now at the moment, he's looking good. Can he beat his dad, who was in the 49s, and I think is just leading the class at the moment this afternoon? Off up to semicircle, 43 seconds round semicircle, got to go a bit quicker, yeah, 47, 48, 22 for Scott Moran. Takes the lead this afternoon. He's also set fastest time of the day this morning in the 47s, when actually, if anything, it was wetter, but now obviously it's harder for them to see now. So Scott Moran, well done Scott Moran, leading the pack. Fastest time of day this morning. And so now, what have we got coming to the line now? Tell you what we've got somebody going to their house in a lovely, lovely BMW in the dark. A grey BMW, resident going up the hill. And if you've ever walked up the hill, you'll know there's one or two rather nice properties up there. And this is one of our residents who's also got a rather nice car he's driving today. Anyway, he won't set fast this time of the day, but it's very nice. Well, I've just been informed we've got the demos next to the priceless machinery coming up for a look, and they won't want to be binning it. We did have a bit of an issue with one of the Porsches this morning, who was trying very hard, had a couple of spins. Anyway, but I have found a little bit more information about some of the cars, which I'll be passing on to you as they come. And after the demos have come up, we'll be starting our time runs for this afternoon. And Peter Hughes will be coming back on the mic to take you through that lot. Don't be alarmed, folks, we've got another resident going up the hill in a white Audi, so it's not going to set fast this time of the day, but shortly we've got the demo cars. Absolutely beautiful, some of those. We'll try and talk you through those. We don't have any info, but we know a little bit about them, so we'll take it with it. Yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful time out there, enjoying yourself in this lovely event. Well done to Gemma Price and the team for putting this event on. We had it last year, and I think it's even better supported this year, to be fair. Very well organised. Rich Danby's doing a sterling job on the live stream. And we hope you're all enjoying it. And I had a nice lunch, some nice food. I've got plenty of warm clothing on. It's not currently raining, I don't think. So that's all good. And yeah, it's quite interesting looking down at a dark paddock at the moment because the lights seem to be temporarily switched off. Plenty of people around the burger van, all getting themselves as brisket beef rolls. They said to me were very good. Anyway, my good lady sent me out with a bit of snap. So there's something terrible British about. There's something. Somebody's writing about. There's something terrible British about a sporting event pausing for a resident to get to their houses beside the track. Well, they do own. They probably own the track. You know, who knows? But all I know is the houses at the top are very nice indeed. And, well, why not? You know, driving up Prescott to get to your house, I think that's rather good. Cracking job, Rich, on cameras and Chris and team in commentary. Yeah, Peter Hughes doing a fine job. And myself having a little play. And this is a unique experience for us too, actually. That's from Bickley Motorsport. Thank you very much for that. Young Stuart, I saw him and Dad around the paddock this morning. Yes, I must admit this is a unique event actually. I'm just so pleased that it's on because I don't know any other hills that do this. Perhaps they'll have a go next year, but this is fantastic. No Audi Quattros here today, but plenty of other stuff here to keep us entertained. So just at the moment, I do see demo cars. I see lights going on. Pods of lights. I'm just going to, the Bugatti Owners Club, actually, who run this hill, they own the estate. Since 1937, Peter's just told me. Wow. Here comes the Peugeot pickup, running the 2-litre engine, not the V6 in that one. They built these for the East African Safari Rally, and if you think about it, a pickup truck's a very logical choice. You can chuck loads of things. You've got a big fuel tank in the back, I can see it in the back. You can put loads of tyres in, loads of spares, and on such a rough event, if you break down in the middle of a 100-mile stage amongst lion country, you want to get going again as quickly as possible. So here goes there goes the Peugeot estate, the Peugeot pickup truck. Wow, isn't that lovely? He's just left the line, heading up towards the bridge, going around Orchard now. Now his lights seem to be working very well, plenty of lights. Okay, what do we got for you next? Now I think that's the ex-Louise Aitken Walker Ford Escort. Pretty little car, that one. I think she started off her early rallying days in one of these and was very successful. So Louise Aitken Walker came from Scotland and she was ladies rally champion. Leaving the line, front wheel drive, I think it had a 1600 RS 1600i in that one if I remember rightly. We got another little Escort here, big arched Escort V4. It competed in the Eiffel Rally in 2023. I suspect that's a 2-wheel drive version. We'll see about that when it leaves the line. So we're on what they call the slowly sideways demo runs. Get totally dark out there. Yeah, it goes off the line. Yeah, definitely front wheel drive. A little bit of slippy slidey stuff. Here's a car you won't see very often. Following it up is going to be the Lookers of Colwyn Bay. I think it's a Mark IV Astra. Unusual bit of kit. Pretty car in works colours too. Comes from Llandudno. I think this is a genuine rally car. Chatwin and Croton are the driver and co-driver of this particular vehicle when it rallies. Anyway, about to leave the line, the white Astra. Got a full pod of lights on the front of it, and off it goes. So the Astra is on its way up to now, the white Astra in the works colours. Will be followed by the ex-Windaf Evans Claremont Rover MG. This is a K-Series car. This is actually a genuine ex-car of Windaf Evans. The present owner bought it from Romania, where the car was white and being used out there for rallies. Restored it back to original, put the original colour scheme back on it. The nice nut and bolt restoration, looks absolutely superb. Probably about 170 brake horsepower, front wheel drive. Lights are on, off he goes, and he goes away to the line. So he's on the hill at the moment. Have a look at the Rover. Coming on the line, car 38, but in fact this is the Clarion Camel Subaru Legacy. Colin McRae used to drive an example like this in the works colours, which were white, green and red, if I remember, with stripes. But anyway, the Legacy, it's a left-hand drive car, very nicely presented too. 4-wheel drive, permanent 4-wheel drive. Revs it up, he's away, yeah, that unmistakable sound of that flat engine, that flat 4 engine, will be followed by a lovely red Integrale, Lancia Integrale. The Integrale was a hugely successful rally car, won the world championships with Mickey Biazion and similar drivers. And in fact, there is also a version called the Lancia Delta HF Turbo, but the Integrale is the one everybody wants. Permanent 4-wheel drive, about 300 brake horsepower, around a 2-litre engine. Scorches off the line, looking very good indeed. What a desirable car that was. It's a very nicely presented car too. Okay, so the Integrale's on the hill. Have a look at that one, folks, as that one comes round in Torres, heading down towards Pardon. I'm seeing about as much as you are too on the live stream, because it's gone totally dark now with the odd light. Anyway, but the next car you'll see is a Lada. This is actually an ex-works Lada driven by Szabo and Kaluza. Competed in Rally New Zealand in the original colours. 1600cc engine, twin carburetors, Tough car, tough as old boots, goes extremely well. So that you'll hear that unmistakable sound of that Lada as it goes out, go around the bridge. Okay, now something approaching the line. It's a proper Escort, it's a Rothmans Escort. Now, Harry Vatanen used to drive the Rothmans Escort in these colours. This one will have an all singing, all dancing BDA engine. I don't know if this is an ex-Harry Vatanen car, but certainly if it's a replica, it's a brilliant replica. The original, authentic colours, everything looks right on the car. Got all the proper bits on it. About to leave the line, you'll hear that lovely BDA. Beautiful engines. Revs it now. Off he goes, spins the wheels. Imagine Harry Vatanen driving that one in anger. What a driver he was. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Here's something to get a bit excited about, folks. On the line, I've got a replica, I think, of a Peugeot 2 T16 Rallye. These were massively successful cars. One of the most successful car drivers was Timo Makinen in this car. Finnish driver, permanent four-wheel drive. Mid-engined, about 600 horsepower, four-wheel drive, extremely rapid. What a beautiful bit of kit that is. Okay, now Peter Hughes was telling me earlier, we got the Makinen, the Rallye Art Makinen Evo on the line, the Tommy Makinen Evo. He did actually drive this car. He won, I think, 5 world championships from memory. And it was basically in cars like this. This is a beautifully sorted car. Have a look at this. This one is extremely rapid, lots of horsepower, four-wheel drive. Off it goes now, revs and revs and revs, and off he goes, four-wheel drive, scorches off the line. On his way up towards Bridge, heading up towards Bridge, round to Orchard. What a fabulous sight that is. Okay, now we've got the lovely Escort Cosworth on the line. Steve Turvey, Johnny Milner. I remember Johnny Milner in the Escort Cosworth. I can't say whether this was his car or not, but if it's not, it's an absolute brilliant copy of it. It might be the original for all I know. Escort Cosworth, four-wheel drive, successful car, looks absolutely fabulous. And talking of Escort Cosworths, we've got the Repsol Escort Cosworth that looks identical to, was driven by Carlos Sainz and Lewis Moya. So Carlos Sainz was very successful in one of these. Have a look at it. I know you'll be seeing it in the dark, but it's got the white, orange and red colour scheme, the white wheels. Looks absolutely terrific. Sight of a rally car in the dark is quite a thrill, isn't it? Okay, he's off the line. He's off the line. Wow. Quick car too, isn't that lovely? Beautiful. Okay, so while you're all having a look at the Carlos Sainz car, I've got a lovely, lovely original looking RS2000 on the line in the Ford decals, the blue decals with the white body. It's got Mintex, Dunlop stickers on it, Ford. Looks absolutely the part. Looks like it's got a pair of Sibioskers on the front like they would have had back in the day. I can't see if it's got two lights or 4 on that one, but either way it's lighting it up. Its wheels are spinning as it leaves the line heading up towards Bridge, trying to get that traction down. We've got car number, it's got 5 on the side. It's a Mark 1 Escort. It competed in the Daily Mirror International Rally back in the day in about 1972. Would have a 1600 BDA engine from memory, might have been an 1800. Got Minolite wheels on it, absolutely beautifully turned out car. Leaves the line, stunning, absolutely stunning. Now I don't know if we've got many more to come. I'm not seeing many more lights down there. I think at this stage I'm going to hand over to my friend Peter to take you through.
Well, thanks very much to Chris Bonsford for that, and the demo runs are just coming to a conclusion. We've got had it spin, I think, at the top of the hill by one of the demo cars, hopefully without any significant problems. A very big moment then for that mark when Escott ends up at 90 degrees to the direction of travel that he would have liked. He just managed to recover it, however, and continue on his way. And we should be able to get back to the timed runs in just a moment. So the red flags are in now, the course is open, and we should be getting the timed runs underway in just a moment, starting of course with the Austin Mini of Roger Jones, car number 20, first car up the hill, the 1340cc Mini. Although before that happens, I think we're going to have a run up the hill by the Clark's course just to check everything is okay. So just a minute or two longer before we get the timed runs back underway. Heading under the bridge is with the blue lights on. That is the Clark course, of course. Doing a great job along with all the officials and marshals and so on today to make this event happen. Some additional challenges for them, of course, with these after dark runs, but it really is something very special, I think, and well worthwhile. A great initiative by the Bugatti Owners Club to set up this Rallye Prescott with the runs in the dark, and General Manager Gemma Price and all her team. Gemma herself, a former World Championship co-driver in rallying, managing the circuit here. But a big team of officials and marshals required to make this event happen, and we really can't thank them enough for all their hard work. Just checking, I think that no damage has been done to the timing beams by that spin a couple of minutes ago. Once that's been checked, then we can resume the action. So the clerk of the course heading back down the hill now, and as he passes each marshal's post, the red flags will come in, and in this case the red lights will be going out as well. And then we can get things back underway. Well, a message from Rob Wood. It says, can the people by the time screen below pardon please move out of the light? We cannot see the time screen. So the course car is back down with us here at the start line. And out onto the hill then comes our first competitor in this third competitive run, and it is indeed car number 20 then who will start things off. Roger Jones in the Austin Mini is on the line. Marshall's just getting him lined up with the timing beam. On go the additional lights, auxiliary lights, to light the way up the hill. It is a very nice looking Mini, and away it goes. Up the hill, under the bridge it goes. 49 miles an hour when it gets to the bridge. And around the Torres then goes Roger. On up into Pardon, the left-hander. Continues his way on up the hill. As off the line goes the Fiat 695 SS Abarth of Lee Carter, car number 21. Roger Jones then heads towards the line and sets a time of 63.16 seconds. As Lee Carter continues his way up the hill in the Fiat, and the Austin Mini Cooper Mark II of Andrew Brooks sits on the start line. So that time of Roger Jones, he is second in Class H1, the two-wheel drive cars up to 1 litre. Lee Carter just clocking up an intermediate time, in fact, on the screen. Time coming up for Lee is an 85.23. Andrew Brooks still on the hill. Richard Derrick in the 1275 GT Mini also on the hill now. So up to the line comes the Daimler Conquest of Peter Baker. Andrew Brooks ran with a time of 69.90 as a moment there for, I think that's Richard Derrick in the Mini 1275 GT, who ends up sideways across the track. Inevitably the red flags come out. He's getting back underway, but I think he just clipped the banking there and spun him around. He's trying to manoeuvre the car off the hill, but we will have a short delay, and unfortunately that means it's not going to be, well, he might still, no, I don't think he'll be allowed to set a time now with the red flags having gone out. So no time, unfortunately, then for Richard Derrick. Marshall's just checking the track to make sure there's no debris left on there for following cars to hit. So yeah, just running a bit wide there on that left-hander. The back wheel got onto the banking and then that flung him around and he ended up sideways across the hill, of course. Peter Baker sits patiently as we see another replay of the incident. And yeah, probably just inches too wide on that left hander, clips the banking with the back wheel, and around the Mini goes. Hopefully no damage done to suspension and so forth, but as I say, Peter Baker sitting patiently on the start line. The red flag's still out at the moment as the marshals check the track still. Obviously not quite as easy as in daylight. Gives Peter some time perhaps though to plan his run on the historic Monte Carlo ahead in January. Or perhaps his next article on the Retro Speed website. And away then goes that stately Daimler Conquest off up the hill. Up to the line comes car number 27, that's Ian Moss in the Hillman Imp. Peter under the bridge at 35 miles an hour. Start light procedure gets underway, and away goes Ian Moss then in the Imp. As Peter continues his way on up the hill. Up towards the finish line goes Peter Bake, 81.06 his time as he goes over the line. Moss continuing his run. He heads towards the finish line and does a 62. Well, we just wait for some more cars to turn up at the line. Sounds like there is unfortunately a car broken down somewhere in the entrance to the paddock. I'm not sure which car it is, but that is the reason for the brief delay that we have at the moment. Well, I see a car being pushed away, but at the moment I can't quite make out who it is. It could be the car, in fact, of Charles Reynolds, the Alpine A110. Unfortunately, I think it probably is, as up to the line comes number 29, Thomas Robinson, in the Morris Mini Cooper. Car number 29 then sitting on the start line at the moment. So away then goes the Mini, and up the line comes the Mini Clubman, car number 30, Ben Thorne, and that slightly newer classic Mini. Robinson then continuing up the hill, rounding Pardon, on up he goes, as Ben Thorne goes off the line in the Mini Clubman. And up to the line comes the Mark 1 Ford Fiesta, car number 31 of Arnaud Total. Torres and with Ben Thorne, he's Mini Clubman, and so on up towards Pardon, who's left there. Looks like quite a good time so far for Ben. Meanwhile, the Fiesta leaves the line. Thomas Robinson's time was a 66.21. Onto the line now comes car number 32, Jeffrey Twigg, in his Mini Cooper S, as Ben Thorne reaches the line in a time of 63.09. Not quite as quick as Ian Moss. Fiesta then still heading up the hill as off the line goes Jeffrey Twigg in the Cooper S. Comes another little distinctive sound with the straight cut gears. This is number 33, Mark Wojtanowski in the Mini Cooper with a 1330 engine. Arnaud Total's time 63.96, so a bit slower than Ben Thorne. Twigg continuing to make his way up, rounding Pardon. Mark gets his Mini Cooper off the line, and up comes number 34, Edmund Burgess in the Bugatti Type 13, just 1500cc, of course, the Bugatti. As we wait for time for Jeffrey Twigg. and that time is a 69.85 as Ed gets off the line in the Bugatti. And up comes car number 52. Matt Clark in his Mini. As Mark Wojciechowski in his Mini Cooper heads towards the finish line and sets a time of 64.26 seconds. Ed Burgess rounds pardon in the Bugatti as Matt Clark gets off the line in his Mini. And up comes the Hillman Avenger. Car number 78, the car of Simon Powell. Good time so far for Matt Clark as he heads up the hill, as Ed Burgess sets a time of 72.89 seconds. And away goes Simon Powell. What can Matt Clark do? He's heading towards the finish line. Will he get under the Mini? Significantly so, 55.81 the time for Matt Clark. That is, I think, our best time of these third time runs so far. Paul Jones is on the line in his Austin Mini, with a car that he shares, of course, with Roger Jones, and Stephen Powell is making his way up. He rounds pardon in the Hillman Avenger. Away goes Paul Jones then in the 1340cc Mini, and up comes the 675cc Fiat Abarth, now running as car 721 in the hands of David Fripp. What can Stephen Powell do as he heads towards the line? It's going to be over 60. It's a 63.10 then for Stephen Powell. Paul Jones continues on his way up in his Mini, and David Fripp gets away in the Abarth towards the bridge, and on he goes. Well, I'm pleased to say the Alpine is out there now as Paul Jones runs towards the line and does a 65.00, exactly 65 seconds and the time for Paul Jones in his Mini. David Fripp still on hill, and Charles Reynolds in that X-Works Alpine Renault A110. Well, that doesn't say he's owned for around about 25 years now. He also competes in the 500cc Formula 3, historic Formula 3 category, along with his son. And but this really is a very special car that he's in today. David Fripp getting close to the line in the Fiat and does a 77.20 as the Alpine sits on the line. Charles just being reminded to wind his window up a little more than he had it, and now he can get underway, and off he goes then in that glorious machine. Looks wonderful, sounds wonderful. It is, in my opinion, one of the finest rally cars ever, the Renault Alpine A110. As up comes the Mark II Ford Escort, car number 44. It's Graham Wynn, and it's 2.4 litre Escort. a little bit of trouble getting traction there, but away goes Graham Wynne in that Escort. As we wait for time for Charles Reynolds, and up the line comes the wonderful Volvo P1800. As Charles Reynolds goes under the finish banner to set a time of 66.46 seconds. Wynne continues his way up, heading up towards Pardon, which he negotiates now. On the line is car number 36, the Volvo of Simon Firth Bernard, 1800cc, of course, hence the P1800. And Simon then sitting, and a slowing, I think, Escort, and a stopping Escort. Graham Wynne then has stopped on the hill. Just after the S's, he has ground to a halt, unfortunately. No damage or anything, I don't think, other than some mechanical issues. He hasn't hit anything or anything like that. It looks like it is just a mechanical or electrical problem of some description. So inevitably, of course, the red flags are out. Simon Firth Bernard can't start his run yet until that Escort, which is on the move again now, and is carrying on up the hill. So he has, I think, got to the finish line, Graham Wynne. I'm not sure if that time will be allowed to stand or not, but it's certainly not much help to anyway, with a time of 109 seconds. 1 minute 49, as we prepare for Simon Firth Bernard to take his run. At the moment, I think the red flag is still being displayed, but is about to come in. So we should be able to get this one going any moment now. Right. Headlights come on. And the start procedure, I think, is about to commence, is it? Still the Rallye Prescott sign appears above the start, but he has got away anyway. And the Volvo then on its way up the hill, as up to the line comes the Volkswagen Golf, the Mark 1 GTI, car number 35, the car of Nick Wilkins. Jeff Humphries also using this car, but it is Nick Wilkins who sits in the car at the moment. As around Pardon goes Simon Firth Bernard in the Volvo, and away goes Nick in that Volkswagen Golf, bringing up to the line the Reliant Scimitar, car number 42. Harry Cox in the Scimitar GTI with the 3-litre 6-cylinder Ford engine under the bonnet. As Nick Wilkins makes his way around Pardon, away goes Gary Cox. Time for Simon Firth Bernard in the Volvo, 70.56 seconds. And on the line sits the Mark II Triumph Vitesse of Alistair Clark. What can Nick Wilkins do in the Golf? He's got a 61 17.86 second run then. Away goes Alistair Clark. And up to the line comes car number 46, the Bentley 4.25 litre special of Steve Allen. Alistair Clark rounds Torres, heads on up towards Pardon. Gary Cox coming in towards the end, and in fact does a 61.65 second run in the Reliant Scimitar. Away goes Steve Allen, and up the line it is the Mark 1 Escort, car number 40. Simon Braithwaite then in that RS 1600. The 1975cc engine. Alistair Clark coming towards the end of his run in the Vitesse. And he does a 70.07. Steve Allen rounds Pardon in the Bentley Special. And away then goes the Escort of Simon Braithwaite, and up the line comes the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Kevin Knight, who's obviously been doing some historic events with Brecon-based co-driver Sam Weller alongside him. Car number 43, Kevin Knight, then in that Andrews Heat for Hire liveried Sunbeam Lotus. Steve Allen's time in the Bentley, 80.45 seconds. As Simon Braithwaite comes towards the end of his run. And sets a very impressive time actually of 57.43. Away goes Keith Knight. And up to the line then comes car number 47, Colin Bullock in the Type 51 Bugatti. Heading up towards Pardon. And away goes Colin and in that Bugatti. That brings it up to the line Kevin Rolt in his Mark II Escort. Then comes towards the finish line and does a 60.95 second run. Yeah, the Bugatti not as well equipped with lights perhaps as some of the more modern machinery, but doesn't seem to be slowing Colin Bullock down too much as Kevin Rolt gets away then in the Mark II Escort. And up to the line comes the number 50 car, Nick Whale, in his Mark II Escort 2 litre. Kevin Roltz is a 2.5 litre machine, Nick's a 2 litre machine. And we wait for Colin Bullock to get to the line. And a 70.29, very impressive time for a car of that age. Kevin Rolt continues on his way. Nick Whale is off the line, so two Mark II Escorts on the hill currently. And up comes another Mark II Escort. In fact, this is car 51. Chris Jones then waits Kevin Holt having done that 55.82. What can Nick Whale do? He's in the final stages of his climb. As away goes Chris Jones. Off the line and under the bridge he goes. Nick Whale, can he better that 55-second run? He's coming to the finish line. Does a 55.32, so exactly half a second quicker than Kevin Holt was ahead of him. Chris Jones still on the hill, and Mark Maynard waits on the line in the Hillman Imp, car number 53. Engine in the back of the Imp, of course, based on the Coventry Climax, what was originally a fire pump engine from Coventry Climax that was also used as a Formula 1 engine at one stage. That was the basically the roots from which that Hillman Imp engine came. As a very, very twitchy Chris Jones goes under the finish line, does his time of exactly 59 seconds in his Mark II Escort. Around Pardon as away gets Nigel Pitt in his Rover Mini, and up to the line comes car number 57. It's John McQuillan in his 1223cc Mini Cooper. .39 seconds then, the time set by Mark Maynard in the Hillman Imp. Nigel Pitt is rounding Pardon. John McQuillan gets away in the Mini Cooper. And up to the line comes car number 59. This time it's the Mini of Stuart Baker, this one a 1330cc machine. The Baker Baker electrical livery on the side of the car. As up to the finish line comes Nigel Pitt and sets a 65.95 second run. Into Pardon goes John McQuillan in his Mini Cooper with the lights on the wheels as Stuart Baker gets away. And now up comes our second driver in the Golf GTI. Winning this car 7:35, it's Josh Humphreys who sits in that Mark 1 GTI. John McQuillan sets a time of 67.94 in the Mini Cooper. Josh Humphreys is on the hill. Stuart Baker up there is up to the line. Comes the Nissan Micra, car number 62. That's Edward James, of course. Away goes that 1400cc Micra. Stuart Baker's time was 59.69 seconds. And what can Josh Humphreys do? Bob Clark sits on the line at the moment in the Peugeot 205 GTI. Josh Humphreys registers a time of 63.37 seconds. Away goes Bob Clark in that 205 GTI. Up to the line comes car number 65. That's the Citroen Saxo VTS of Richard Weaver. Edward James does a 60.99, just missing out on the 1 minute mark in the Nissan Micra, but a good time for that 1400cc car. Nonetheless, Bob Clark still negotiating the hill. Away now goes Richard Weaver then in the Saxo VTS. And next car comes up to the line, and it is two driver machines. It is the Mark 1 Escort, car number 66, Andrew Egger in that Escort. Away goes Andrew Egger then. Rob Clark's time is a 79.23. Richard Weaver does a 59.95, so under the minute mark then. As Owen Kewell gets away in the Mini Cooper, and up to the line comes the 1750cc Austin Allegro, car number 38, the car of Peter Cooper. Andrew Egger is in the closing stages of his run in that Mark 1 Escort. As Peter Cooper goes away, Owen Kewell rounds Pardon, and Andrew Egger's time was a 64.07. Malcolm Hearn sits on the line in his Peugeot 206 Cup car. Allegro is around Torres and on its way up to Pardon. Owen Kewell sets a time of 63.77 seconds in the new shape Mini Cooper. Malcolm Hearn's time, just a slight hiccup there. It was running on the it still is running on the screen, in fact, but he is still sitting on the start line. Well, now he gets away, but I'm not quite sure what has happened there. Peter Cooper does a 71.10, and the Ford Fiesta car 120 comes up to the line. And that's Connor Stewart-Smith in the 1600cc Fiesta. Around Pardon then goes Malcolm Hearn. Looks like his timing issue has been resolved, and we will get an accurate time for him as he continues on through towards the S's. Stewart-Smith, as I say, waiting on the line. Away goes Connor, and Malcolm Hearn heads for the line and does a 61.53 in the Peugeot 206. And there's a Peugeot 205 that comes up to the line next, and that is at car number 69 that we see in front of us. Robert Wilson then on the line, Stewart-Smith on his way up the hill. He is rounding Pardon as we speak. And up to the line comes the MX-5, then car number 70. Ben Cross in his MX-5. Connor Stewart-Smith does a time of 66.30. But Wilson looks to be putting in a good time at the moment in the Peugeot 205 as Ben Cross gets away in that Mazda sports car. And it's another Mazda that follows him up to the start line, and this time it is of course car number 71, Matthew Morgan. Away goes Matthew, and up to the line comes car number 72, the Peugeot 206. Oliver Wright sits then on the start line. Ben Cross just does a 60.08 second run in his Mazda. Matthew Morgan is still on the hill in his. Wright sitting on the start line, about to get away, and off he goes. And that brings up to the line the BMW 318, car number 88. Charles Stapleton then in the BMW 318i. Matthew Morgan's time in his Mazda 63.04, so not quite as quick as Ben Cross. Oliver Wright still on the hill in the 206 GTI. Charles Stapleton gets away in the BMW, and up comes the Renault Clio, car number 75. David Smith in that Renault Sport Clio 182, 2-litre machine of course. .53 second run for Oliver Wright. Charles Stapleton continues up the hill in the BMW, rounding Pardon at the moment as away goes David Smith in the Clio. Impressive array of lights approaching the start line now, and this is car number 76. And that's Peter Siddle in his 2-litre Renault Clio. Charles Stapleton coming to the line and does a time of 74.42 seconds. Peter Siddle leaves the line in the Clio. And up comes the Mini car number 757. And that is Anna May Furness in that Mini Cooper. So Anna May Furness gets away, and up comes 765, the Renault Clio. Sorry, Citroen Saxo, I should say. VTS of Tom Weaver. One of the downsides of running in the dark, and there aren't many, but also you can't always identify the cars that easily. 57.90, a good time then for Peter Siddle. As Anna May Furness rounds Tom Weaver sits on the start line. Away goes Tom Weaver in that Citroen Saxo, and up to the line comes car number 79. And this is the Mazda MX-5 of Lewis Porto. So Lewis Porto then on the start line. Tom Weaver about halfway through his run up the hill. And up to the line comes the Darien T90, car number 80 of Tim Porter, 2-litre engine in the back of the lightweight Darien sports car. Tom Weaver getting close to the end of his run in the Citroen Saxo VTS. Does a 60.07, so just missing up marching on the sub 1 minute run, but a good run in the VTS. As Lewis Porter continues his way up the hill in the MX-5. Porter sits on the line still in the Darien T90, but gets the green light and away he goes. That brings up to the line car number 82, the Mark II Escort of I'm just checking because it says in my program Joshua Moss in that car. That's not the name on the side of the car. That's the name in the program. Tim Porter continues on his way in the Darien. Porto's time was a 64.56. Fairly planted as he goes up the hill. Still a little way to go though to the finish line. He's running towards that now. His time will be 58.32 seconds then for Tim Porter as Joshua Moss gets away in the Escort. Well, that brings up the MGTF car number 86. Neil Howells in that MGTF, 8 litres of course. Moss continues on his way in the Escort. Away goes Neil in the MG. And up comes car 111. Andrew Feekins in the Renault Clio 182, 2-litre machine. As Joshua Moss records a time of 63.38 in the Mark II Escort, of course. It looks like Neil Howells is going to have a rerun. It's possible the clock hasn't registered his start, so he may need a rerun. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment. And just a short pause whilst the timing equipment is checked out. And away now goes Andrew Feekins in that Renault Clio 182. And up comes the MG ZR 190, the car of Rogan Jones. The yellow machine sits on the line. goes Roland. And up comes car 766, the Mark 1 Escort. Richard Egger then in the colour. Andrew Egger took up the hill just a few minutes ago. 59.02 for Richard Wiegans in the Renault Clio. So Richard Egger sitting on the start line, and away he goes. Car 76 up next is the Peugeot 205, 769 in fact, Peugeot 205 of David Wilson. Will Jones near to the end of his run, and does a 63.61 then in the MGZR. Egger is around the Arden. Wilson sits on the line, and away he goes in the Peugeot 205. And next up to the line is car 770, one of our two driver machines. This is the MX5 of Tim Cross. Torres, and this one up to Arden. Meanwhile, Richard Egger goes a time of 69.02 in the Mark 1 Escort. Away goes the MX5 of Tim Cross, and another two-driver MX5 comes up onto the start line as Tim Cross goes under the bridge at 55 miles an hour. Duncan Morgan his MX5 to the line, and David Wilson sets a time of 57.15 seconds in the Peugeot 205. Good time there for David Wilson. Away goes Duncan Morgan, and somebody doing some serious tyre warming as they come up the line, and it is in fact the new style Mini, or newer style Mini, car number 73 that comes to the line. And that is Jason Taylor in the Mini Cooper S. I'm not sure if that's one of the supercharged ones. They've gone through some various guises really, the engines in the Mini Cooper S, the BMW built Mini Cooper. But away goes Jason Taylor, and up comes the new style Renault Alpine A110 as Duncan Morgan sets a time in the MX5 of 59.42 seconds, and it's Caroline Ryder who is in the Alpine A110 sitting on the start line at the moment. Jason Taylor at the moment putting in a quick time as Caroline Ryder gets away in the Alpine, and up comes the beautiful Chevette 2.3 litre HSR, the car of Mike Dorr, Group 4 specification. Really is a gorgeous machine, which I'm sure for many of you will bring back memories of days in the forests watching rallying. Certainly if you're of a similar vintage to myself, it will, as Jason Taylor does a 60.07 in his Mini Cooper S. Ryder going well in the Alpine, as away goes Mike Dorr in that Vauxhall Chevette. And up comes car number 91, the Mark II Escort of Peter Hedges. Caroline Ryder's time is 61.41. Peter Hedges leaves the line up to the line now comes car number 92, another of our BMW Minis, and this is the car of Alan McFarlane. It's actually a John Cooper Works specification BMW Mini, and I'm going to hand over commentating duties once again to my colleague Chris Ponsford.
Hello again, this is the Ponds, Chris Ponsford. I'm back in action. Peter's having a little breather. He'll come back and do the demo cars for us. We've got some rather nice stuff. I see we've got car number 94 on the line, which is actually Roger Taylor in a very well sorted red Escort. Vauxhall engine car, lots of horsepower. So Alan McFarlane goes in the Mini, 6460 in the John Cooper Works Mini. Roy Newton's on the hill in his Porsche Carrera 12S. I spoke to him earlier and he's having a lovely day. If he drove the car here, he'd probably drive it home again. So, anyway, Roy Newton on the hill. Roger Taylor about to leave the line in this glorious red Escort. Listen to the sound of that Vauxhall engine in that one. Hard to get hold of genuine BDA engines these days, the old original ones, and BDGs. Very expensive too, so a lot of people have gone down the Vauxhall route or even the Honda Type R engines, which are fantastic units, high revving engines. I do like it with the wheels where they've got the strobe things, lights on the wheels. Anyway, on the line I've got Neil Howells in his MGTF. Roger Taylor's well on the hill at the moment. He's just gone round in Torres, heading up towards the S's. Looking at the lights, he's getting a good view of where he's going, which is good. In fact, lights have probably come on quite a bit since the older technology of Sibioskas and the like. These LED lights seem to be all the rage now, don't they? Anyway, he goes on his way up towards Semicircle. Semicircle is near the finish. It's a sheer drop on Semicircle, so you don't want to bin it there. Through the finish in 57.48. Good time there. Neil Howells has gone away in the MGTF, and he'll be followed by my chum Pekka Tulokas in his Mazda MX-5. So the Mazda MX-5, car number 95, finish driven, Flying Fin, the original Flying Fin, got a turbocharged engine in that one, so that gives him way in excess of 400 horsepower through the rear wheels, makes a pretty clean exit off the line, knows his way up the hill, lives locally in Cheltenham, so he knows his way up to Prescott Hill Climb. It was explained actually earlier that the Bugatti Owners Club do actually own the estate that this hill climb is on. So I don't know if they actually own the big houses that reside at the top, of which we saw some of the residents going up earlier. Anyway, Neil Howells is well on his way up the hill. He's followed by Pekka Tulokas in his MX-5. So Neil Howells will be finishing shortly. Pekka's about halfway up the hill at the moment, and he'll be followed by John Wells in the Mazda MX-5. He's just left the line, so we've got quite a good clutch of Mazda MX-5s. I don't recall seeing too many rallying, so it'd be quite interesting really. But they are the biggest selling sports car ever, so I'm told. Now this is the one that will confuse you. We've got Hendrik Minderman in the, well, it's down as the Impreza, but actually it looks like a Honda Type R, and very rapid it is too. So John Wells about midway up the hill. He hasn't finished yet. In fact, looking at the lights, he's just going through the S's now. As Hendrik Minderman leaves the line in the Honda Type R, Civic Type R, popular car. Quite interesting this afternoon, lots of wheel spinning, so even though some of these cars are four-wheel drive, and I've got one on the line at the moment, car 101, beautiful Subaru Impreza, That one is being driven, I'll find out in a minute and tell you. That one's driven by Matthew Pearce, that Impreza, on the line. Hendrik Minderman is halfway up the line. So just looking at the finishing times, John Wells finished in 59.36, Pekka Tulukas 58.04. Here goes Hendrik Minderman, he's still on the hill, but Matthew Pearce leaves the line very, very rapidly, puts the afterburners on, four-wheel drive, good grip. Now here's an interesting bit of kit on the line. That looks remarkably like John Pick in the AMS Matea. We see him a lot on the hills. He's a regular competitor. Through the finish line goes Hendrik Minderman, 67.03. Matthew Pearce, look at the wheels all lit up on his car as he's going round Pardon as we speak. Quite a spectacular sight. I'm seeing less flash photography now. I don't know how many people are still left on the hills, but fair play to you. We hope you're having a lovely day. I think it's been a brilliant event, and we did it last year, and hopefully we will do it again next year. So on the line, I've got another Impreza, car 104, John Denman, Super Impreza WRX, very nice indeed. Matthew Pearce is about to finish. He's just going through the finish now in 59.60 for Matthew Pearce. So John Pick is on the hill in the AMS Matea, which is all Subaru-based mechanicals with a fiberglass body on it. So very unusual car, and in fact the only one I've ever seen of that particular model. So John Pick's on the hill, well up the hill. John Denman's just left the line in the Impreza. He's on his way up through Bridge now, through Orchard, on his way round to Torres. As John Pick heads towards the finishing line, goes over the line in 57.07, so he'll know his way up the hill. Now on the line I've got one of those rather nice little Toyota Yaris's in plain white, no stripes, very rapid little cars, four-wheel drive. You could go to the shops in this car or you could drive a rally. And anyway, here goes Malcolm Evans, just left the line as John Denman's about halfway up the hill. Something a bit exciting coming to the line now. That looks like Stephen Moore's car, probably with Andy Greenham driving it. It is Andrew Greenham, and it's the Mitsubishi Evo 6 GSR. Stephen has got 3 of these cars, various states, but they've all got over 600 horsepower. This is what he calls his prod sports car. Had 1 or 2 little issues with it today, but anyway, they seem to have got it all going fine. So let's see what Andrew can do. Malcolm Evans on the hill in the Yaris. He's about halfway up the hill as Andy Greenham gets ready to... Yeah, his confidence is growing in that car now. That makes a good clean exit away. Off up to Bridge. Very rapid indeed. So Malcolm Evans 55 miles an hour through the speed trap there. Interestingly, that the big single seaters we see in the summer, some of those have gone through that speed trap at 120 miles an hour. So it's obviously making a big difference with this damp track. Robert Lancaster Gay normally drives a very tasty Porsche with great success, but today we had a bit of a moment. Then did Andy Greenham, going out of Pardon there, off up towards the S's. He's trying hard this time. He brakes going through semicircle, going up towards semicircle now. He's trying hard, 48 seconds up to semicircle, going to blast it up to the finish. Going to finish in a time of 55.52. Well done, Andy. That's a pretty competitive time. 55.52. Now, Robert Lancaster Gay was the quickest in this class this morning. Can he pull off a win in this class? So all the competitors will get, I believe, 4 runs competitively today, 2 practice runs as well, so they're getting 6 runs. Alistair Moffat on the line in the Skoda R5, 9 times champion auto tester, world champion auto tester. That's no mean achievement. Driving Roger Moran's Skoda R5, which he's sharing with Scott Moran. So he's really trying. Now, he had a very untidy run a couple of runs ago, doing much better. He's already making his way around the Torres, going down the dip now, puts the power down, goes on the brakes, going around Pardon. Power goes down, lots of lights. He can see where he's going. That's well lit up car, that is, proper rally car. Very, very quick, very competitive. And he'll be followed by the governor himself, Roger Moran, who owns these Skodas. He's got 2 of these, and Roger's driving his other one, the green one, as Alistair Moffat approaches semicircle off up to the finish. What's Alistair going to do? 49.71 for Alistair Moffat. Bit better than he did last time, I think. So fair play. He's in the 49s, under 50 seconds. Always going to be competitive. Roger Moran. Now Roger was, I think, in the 49s too last time. He'll be trying hard. Scott holds the bragging rights, his son at the moment. Scott's already been in the 47s today. Now this drying track is going to be quicker surely, as Will Nichols leads the line in the Fiesta R5. What a fantastic bit of kit that is. Spectacular. Roger Moran on semicircle, goes off up to the finish. What's he going to do? Come on, Roger. 49.25. That's 49.25, just a little bit quicker than Alistair Moffat. Will Nichols, can he be getting under 50 seconds? We will find out. He will be followed by Roger Duckworth, Keith Duckworth's son, the man that designed the Cosworth V8, that incredibly famous race engine, probably the most successful Formula 1 engine ever. Roger, that's Keith's dad. Anyway, so Will Nichols, he's already going around semicircle now. 44, 45, 46, 47. This is a good time. 50.08, just outside. So Roger's still got the bragging rights. Roger Duckworth, can he do anything about it? He's about 23 seconds into his run. He's looking good. He's going round the Torres, pardon. He's gone round pardon. He's on his way up towards the S's. These R5s are spectacular cars. Wow, he's looking good. Can he get amongst under 50 seconds? Bit of a slide there, going into semicircle now. Time's looking pretty good, pretty competitive. 47, 48, 49, not going to do it. 50.26 for Roger Duckworth. Now, heartbeat comes down a little bit. Tom Twemlow is on the hill at the moment in the Subaru Impreza. Local man, comes from Cheltenham, and his dad also races a Subaru as well. Jeff Twemlow. Anyway, I've just got to make a slight correction. I might have just said it in commentary wrong, but the Bugatti Owners Club do own Prescott Estate. If I didn't say that, I knew they did, but I might have just said it wrong. So my apologies to that one. And so there we go. So Ross McDonald's on the hill in this glorious Porsche 911 2.7 RS replica car. He's already going into semicircle now up towards the finish. He's going to finish in the time of 57.01. He'll be followed by Paul Renison, who's already left the line in the Porsche 944 S2. Unusual car, don't see too many of them on the hill. Pretty little car. This one's a grey one from memory. Anyway, so just looking at the times, Tom Twemlow, he finished in 63.95. Ross McDonald in the glorious Porsche 57.01. So what sort of time can Paul Renison put up against that? Exciting times, Paul Renison. He's nearly finished in the 944. He goes up towards the finish, finishes in time of 63.18. Now, what we will be having very shortly, we've got the demo cars coming up for another go. They're very exciting. I'm going to hand back to Peter Hughes for that because his knowledge of those is very good. And we may have a couple of runners and riders before then. And then I'll hand back to Peter to take those ones on now. Yes, so there's Stephen Moore coming to the line in his lovely Evo. He's sharing that. He owns the car, but Andy Greenham's driving that one with him today. So here comes the governor of the Evos. Long-time supporter here, comes to most of the hill climbs. He goes all over the country in his various Evos. He's got a Mod Sports one that is his fastest one, but this one in excess of 600 horsepower. It absolutely leaves the line like a scolded cat, this car, particularly when it's dry. That four-wheel drive is pretty blooming awesome. Anyway, he's got the light pod, he's got LED lights, off he goes, he's on his way. Stephen Moore, ex-Midland Hill Climb champion, heading up towards Bridge. 61 mile an hour through the speed trap there. On a dry day, he'd be considerably quicker than that. He's on his way round Tories now. Carswell's a long corner, that one. Now he puts the power down, goes down the straight, down into the dip that was all flooded with a lot of water earlier. Brown Pardon, nice progress so far. Is he going to beat Andy Greenan, who was driving the car earlier? So Stephen, who'll be looking. Oh, now we've got Scott Moran on the line in the R5, our quickest man of the day so far. So Stephen Moore heads towards the finish now in a time of 55.29. Now Scott has been in the 47s, so even though Stephen's got a very quick car and is a very good driver, Scotty Moran's talent in the R5 just has to be seen to be believed. He's on his way, he's on his way. Can he do a 47 like he did this morning? That would be a big ask, but the track is drying. It's looking good. Scott will be trying. So far, so good. Looking good. Right. Now I'm going to hand over to Peter, who's got the Peugeot pickup truck.
So yes, we move from the timed runs to the demonstration runs. The various members of Slowly Sideways, starting with the Peugeot, that 2-litre pickup truck. The pickup truck that was homologated, as I think Chris mentioned a little bit earlier, that it was homologated to compete on international events, in particular in Africa, where it's probably the best-selling Peugeot for the dealers in Africa, and they wanted to see it being run competitively, so Peugeot did homologate this to run on FIA-sanctioned events, and it did have some success, some significant success on African events. I think it participated in the Safari Rally. I'm not sure that it ever had a high finish in the Safari Rally, but did on other African rallies. As up to the line now comes the ex-Louise Aitken Walker Mark III Escort. The pickup continues on its way in this demonstration with no times, of course, for these. Away goes the Escort. Up comes now the Guard Track G3 Escort. There are not that many of these built, but with rear-wheel drive, in fact, the G3. When Ford switched from the rear-wheel drive Mark II Escort to the front-wheel drive Mark III, Guard Track stepped in and designed and built these cars. And away it goes. Up comes the Astra GTE, run as a works car by Vauxhall in the day. They did have one particularly difficult network Q rally when the air intake was too low on them, and as they went through a water splash on the opening day of the rally, they took water into the actual engines themselves, and water doesn't compress terribly well. So that was the end of the rally for pretty much the whole team, I think. There goes the Astra. Up comes Gwyndaf Evans' MG ZR, which he shared with Clermont on the Wales Rally GB in the day. Using slightly more powerful cars these days, has once again finished runner-up in the World Rally Championship. Not the first time that he's finished in second place, and hopefully within a year or two we're going to see him in first place. It really would be great to have another British world champion. And from my point of view, it'd be great in particular to have a Welsh World Rally champion. The Subaru now comes up to the line, the Legacy. Car driven by, among others, Colin McRae. I mentioned a little bit earlier that when he joined ProDrive, they were introducing the Impreza, but he was required to prove himself in the Legacy before he was let loose in the Impreza. Now, one of my personal favourites, the Lancia Delta Integrale. It really is a wonderful car and a hugely successful competition machine with so many World Championship wins. And away then goes the Lancia, and up comes the X-Works Lada. Ladas that enjoyed not too many outright rally wins, but a lot of class wins over the years. Much of the technology that they used, of course, was Fiat derived. I think you can see the family resemblance in the shape of this Lada to some of the Fiats, like the 131 as well. So away then goes the Lada, and up comes a very, very nice looking Mark 1 Escort RS2000 with the classic livery. So away goes the Escort, and up comes the Rothmans liveried Mark II. So I'm still trying to work out the details of it, but I'm sure that is a works car, judging by the registration number on it. Mark 1 continues on up the hill, and away goes the Mark II, and up to the line comes the Peugeot 205 T16, and just been talking in fact to one of the team members who shows me this is a factory built genuine 205 T16. A little bit of a stall on the line, but it gets it fired up then. I think it's a car that Gary Midwinter has used in the past as well, but it is genuine. It's T16. And away it goes. And suitably noisy start. Now the Timo Makinen Rally Art Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 comes to the line. And any moment now we'll hear the popping and banging of the anti-lag system on this turbocharged four-wheel drive machine. There it is, and away it goes. And then the Repsol liveried Escort Cosworth, the cars as driven by Carlos Sainz and Lewis Moya to the line. and away then goes the Escort up to the line. Comes the Mark 1 Escort, full livery with the rally plates from the 1973 Daily Mirror RAC International Rally, which was the forerunner, of course, to what went on to be the Lombard and ultimately Wales Rally GB, because sadly we lost it. We don't currently have a World Championship round anywhere within the UK. Hopefully that can change in the not too distant future. But we'll have a European Championship round in Wales next year, hopefully. But we really do, whether it's in Wales, England, Scotland or north of Ireland, we really do need a World Rally Championship round back here in the UK. I think that might be the last of the demonstration runs. And we could soon be starting the final timed run of the day.
Hello again, it's the Ponds back in town, back in the mic. I'm going to have a little stint to about half these cars and then Peter will take you to the finish. He's going off for a well-earned brew. And we've got, basically, we're going to do it all again. These will all be time runs by any demo runs that might come later. I don't know if there's going to be another set of demo runs, I can't tell you. But either way, the time runs, this is the 4th time runs of today. The second one in the dark, and currently on the hill we've got Roger Jones in the Austin Mini, and about to leave the line I've got Lee Carter in the Fiat 695 SS Abarth, modern car, full cage inside it, and we seem to have in this class now we've got a little clutch of minis, so we're in the smaller engine class, and so we've had Roger Jones, car 20, he's just gone up the hill in 6407. Lee Carter, car number 21, is currently on the hill in the Abarth. And he will be followed by Andrew Brooks in the Austin Mini Cooper Mark II, the white one, rather pretty little car. On his way off, gone off the start line. And following him will be another Mini. And this one will be car number 23. And that's a very well sorted little Mini, that one, and that'll be Richard Derrick in the 1275 GT. I'm not sure I've seen this car before, but it's a beautifully turned out little Mini. So it's an A-series engine in that one. Alex Izigonis designed the Mini. This is a 1275 GT. They've got 4 cylinders, normally aspirated, usually on SU carburetors. Very nice indeed. So, Richard Derrick leaves the line, and Andrew Brooks is well up the hill, and Lee Carter's just finished 81.63 in the Fiat Abarth. And Andrew Brooks is well up the hill. He's already done 53 seconds, and he is heading up towards semicircle. So he's going to finish in a time of the late 60s probably. Richard Derrick in the Mini 1275, and Peter Baker is about to leave the line in the big Daimler Conquest, the big black car. When you see it in the dark, see if you can see it rolling, because it rolls quite considerably, but always entertaining. Lynn Baker, who one of the ladies that runs the hill, that's her husband. And so Peter Baker leaves the line. Richard Derrick is going to finish soon in the 1275. So Andrew Brooks has just finished in 72.24. Richard Derrick is coming up towards the finishing line, finishes in 64.48 in the Mini. So that's a pretty quick time. Peter Baker on the hill in the Daimler Conquest. We have the Moss Motors, Ian Moss in his Hillman Imp, regular competitor at Prescott, comes from local, beautifully turned out little Hillman Imp. They're rear engine cars, fabulous little engines in the back, little 4-cylinder, all aluminium engines. They used to have a clutch of problems with them years ago, but they see that's well sorted now. So Ian Moss is on the hill. Now, the next car you'll see coming up to after the Hillman Imp will be a glorious Renault Alpine. This is an ex-Works car. Jean-Pierre Nicola was the Works driver of this car. It's now driven by Charles Reynolds, who owns the car. The Alpine Renault A110. Fiberglass body, small, light, very, very nimble, and very, very successful too. Anyway, so Peter Baker's finished in a time of 78.63. Ian Moss is still on the hill in his very rapid little Imp. And in fact, that looks to me in the dark like he is going up to the finish. He's gone over the finish in a 62.93 there for Ian Moss. Charles Reynolds has already left the line in that glorious Alpine Renault A110. This is the old style Alpine. I keep getting told off for calling them Alpine, so Alpine to get it correct. Anyway, what's he going to do as Thomas Robinson comes to the line? Thomas Robinson in that little, lovely little Mini Cooper. Car number 30, beautifully turned out car there. So the Alpine is heading up towards the finish, just going around semicircle, heading over the finish line, going to do a time of 65.45. 65.45 for Charles Reynolds in the Alpine. Thomas Robinson's already on the hill, about halfway up the hill now, and Ben Thorne leaves the line in another Austin Mini Clubman, car number 30. Now, coming to the line is something a bit more unusual. One time there was absolutely loads of them, but now we've got a little Fiesta on the line, and that looks like a Mark II Fiesta. It's not a Mark II, it's a Mark I. It's a Mark I 1600S of Arnaud Tortel owns that car. Tommy Robinson finishes in 66.40 in the Morris Mini Cooper. Ben Thorne's still on the hill as Arnaud Tortel leaves the line in the Mark I Fiesta 1600S. So that would be a pretty unusual bit of kit, really. Another glorious little Mini, car number 32, grey and white roof on that one. That one belongs to Jeffrey Twigg. It's a Morris Cooper S. Very nicely turned out cars, and indeed most of them are that we're seeing today. Absolutely a treat to see. So we're in the lower engine class car at the moment. It's not giving me the class that we're actually competing in, but let me just have a look, see if I can make any sense of that. So I think we're naturally aspirated cars, historic two-wheel drive, historic Cat 1, including up to 1600cc category. So yeah, we've even got Ed Burgess coming up in a bit in his Bugatti Type 13. So Arnaud Tortel in the Ford Fiesta Mark 1 is approaching the finishing line, going over the finishing line in 65.24. Jeffrey Twigg is still on the hill in the Morris Cooper S, and he'll be followed by Mark Wojciechowski in a lovely little mini car, number 33, just leaves the line in the Morris Mini Cooper. So that one of Mark Wojciechowski, that one's got a 1330. A lot of these minis have got quite large engines in them, to be fair. Now, what do we got for you next? We got Matt Clark. Oh my days, Matt Clark, car number 52. Matt is the quickest driver of any mini driver I've ever seen on the hills. He's got a stunning little car. It's got I think it's got a 1340 or 1440 engine in his. Just looking for him now. There they put him in the pro. Oh yeah, he's in the class 2-wheel drive up to including 1000cc natural aspirated. He's got a 1460 engine in his car. He's on the hill at the moment, so watch out for that red and black Mini of Matt Clark. Drives it sideways everywhere. For a Mini, it's quite a sight, really. There he is. He's he's on his way up into Pardon there now. He was very, very rapid in this car earlier. What can he do this time? He drives it like a hooligan. Absolute hooligan. What a quick driver he is. Go on then, Matt. See if you can really stir it up. There you go. He's making great progress. Heading up towards semicircle. Matt Clark, what time? 46, 47, 48 into semicircle. Gonna be in the mid-50s, heading towards the finish. 55.73 for Matt Clark. Well done, that man. Now, Stephen Powell's on the hill in the Hillman Avenger. Very rare car now. Hardly any left. The old Tim Worm's got to most of them. Anyway, that Avenger's a nicely turned out little car. Hillman Avenger, Roots car. Most of them had 1600cc engines. They did go up as high as a 2-litre BRM twin cam engine in those, but most of them ran a 16, possibly an 1800, but they were all 4-cylinder cars except the twin cam ones had a twin cam head. Anyway, so he's on his way, well up the hill, going towards the finish. Finishes in 61.57. That's a good time for the Avenger. Well done. Paul Jones in his Austin Mini. He's already on the hill, and he'll be followed by David Fripp in the 695 SS Abarth. He's just left the line. So Paul Jones is about halfway up the hill. In fact, I can see he's heading towards the S's now. He's gone round Pardon. On the lights. Through the S's. Takes a left at the end of the S's. Heads up towards semicircle. Get to semicircle, into the entrance to semicircle in 56. He's going to be in the low 60s. David Fripp is on his way, and he'll be followed by Simon Firth Bernard in the Volvo P1800S, as driven by the Saint, the white one. Do you remember that in the programme, The Saint, with Roger Moore? Well, that's what we've got for you now. Car number 36, glorious Volvo 1800, beautiful things. Worth lots and lots of money these days. Not many of these left either. Very, very pretty indeed. Oh my days, we got a Bugatti. We got a Bugatti on the line. I'm thinking that's probably going to be Ed Burgess with the black helmet. I will confirm that shortly. It is Edmund Burgess, yep. In the Bugatti Type 13. What a pretty little thing that is. And how rapid are these little cars? Anyway, he's only got a 1460 engine in that little Bugatti. It's a very old car. But Ed drives it beautifully. He's also got a big gold. He campaigns in the British Hill Climb Championship and the Midland Championship. Big single-seater, knows his way up the hill better than anybody. He's on his way. So Simon Firth Bernard is heading up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of... So the P1800 Volvo is about to finish. I said he's already finished, but he's nearly finished. He's getting there. He's trying hard. He's nearly there. 71.26 with the Volvo. Ed Burgess is halfway up the hill, and he'll be followed by Nick Wilkins in this rather spectacular looking Golf Mark 1 GTI, two-tone red and white. regular competitor on our rally day, and occasionally see him on other days, classic nostalgia at other hills. Anyway, so Nick Wilkins is on his way. Ed Burgess, I think, hasn't finished yet, not quite. Ed will be through the S's, heading off towards the finish. Coming around semicircle now in the Bugatti Type 13, up towards the finish. Finishes in a time of 74.32 for Ed. Nick Wilkins is about halfway up the hill, and Gary Cox has just left the line in the Reliance Scimitar GTE. He's also got another Scimitar. It's a yellow one. It's called Lemon Slice. He's very successful in that one. But the Reliance is actually the family business. His dad, I think, started the business off as like a garage business that specialises in Reliance scimitars and the like. If anybody knows about it, the GTI has just finished in 62.76. Good time there. So Gary Cox is on the hill in the Scimitar, the GTE. Princess Anne was a big fan of the Scimitars, wasn't she? She had them back in the day. And in fact, there's a car, an unusual car, just left the line. Peter Cooper in his Austin Allegro. Now we're getting into amongst interesting stuff here. We've got some rather nice historic cars, including that Austin Allegro. He had that car for years. He sold it 60.04 for Gary Cox. So Peter Cooper in the Allegro's on the hill. Yes, he sold the car, but many years later he wanted it back, so he went and bought it back off the guy, and now he's driving the car again, happy as Larry, in his unusual and rare Allegro. A favourite of mine just leaving the line, Simon Braithwaite in his Ford Escort RS 1600. Well, this is as good a looking RS 1600 as you'll ever see. It's been beautifully built. Simon is a very clever engineer. He's built it to the very highest spec, and this car originally started off life as a Mark I Popular with an 1100 engine. So it's not a real RS 1600 in fact of original logbook, but it's been built to the spec, and it's a magnificent example to look at and to hear and drive. The engine's got lots and lots of grunt BDA in there. Probably in excess of well over 200 horsepower, probably 230. Peter Cooper is still heading towards the line in the Allegro. He hasn't finished yet, so he's having a steady run. Simon Braithwaite well on the hill. Now, we may have a technical hitch here, folks. I can see an Allegro, I think, somewhere up there. I think he might have had a little moment. There's a flag for Simon Braithwaite, so the Allegro has had a moment. And I'm not quite sure where, because it's proper dark. Can't tell. The marshals are all walking up the track a little bit. I think they're turning the car round. There's a little replay coming up here. So, okay, so he's heading up towards the Tories, I think. Oh no, he's through the S's. Unusual and rare Allegro. He stops at Pardon. Car stopped at Pardon now. Was that Simon being stopped at Pardon? Can't tell. Too dark. I need a big torch. Can't see anything. Well, all this excitement anyway. So Simon will get a rerun in that glorious Escort. So I'm just looking at the time. So yeah, Peter Cooper has had a fail in the Allegro, so he won't get a time for that. Simon's been flagged, so he'll get a rerun. So he'll come back down to the start. Meanwhile, I can see that glorious Lotus Sunbeam about to get to the start. That is in the Russell Brooks Heat for Hire colours. Right, yeah, here comes the Allegro. Yes, he spun by the look of it at Pardon. So he's now coming back down the track. Yeah, and he'll come back, get back into the paddock. His entertainment will have finished for the day. He'll have done his 4 runs. He's had a great day, no doubt. Yep, the lights are back on. It looks to me that's the Allegro. He's under his lights. He's under his own steam, I think. So I think he's literally just had a spin. I don't think there's any great damage. Looks like he's heading back down towards Bridge now. Yeah, heading back towards the start onto the little side road that leads you back into the paddock. In fact, yeah, he's on his way back in. The marshals are just making sure everything's good. Yeah, he's under his own steam, so the engine's all working good. So Simon will make his way back down if he's not already done that, and then he will get another go. Now we're into a little class here of some absolutely spectacular cars. These are the historic cars, absolutely fabulous to see, and actually some of the cars I've seen today that have been turned out just so well. It's absolute credit to their owners, isn't it? So I don't know if you've got any favourite cars today. Just having a look through here. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed today. It's been a rather special day. The weather's been a bit inclement, but fair dues to you if you're still up the hill watching under your brollies. Well, I don't think it's currently raining just at the moment, but it's fairly damp out there and it's not terribly warm. But actually I can still see lots of spectators lining up down here by the start, just above the start as well. We've got the clubhouse well lit up there. You can get yourself a drink up there, get some food. There's also, I don't know if the burger vans are still operating down here. Probably are. Or until they run out of gear, I suppose, they'll keep going. So do you know what? I've not got a clue what the time is at the moment. I don't wear a watch. My clock is in my thing. So anyone can tell me what the time is at the moment? I don't know. I'm going to ask Arthur. Thank you. It's 7:30, I've just been told. You see, I have to rely on sundials and stuff like that because I'm so old school. But the sun's gone in, so well, I'm scuppered now, aren't I? Scuppered. Anyway, we've got a recovery vehicle just going up the hill. I think it's probably going back to reposition itself at a guess. Here's my mate Adam, just off now. Goodbye, Adam. One of our very famous photographers there. Goodbye, old chap. Goodbye, goodbye. Lovely to see you, old chap. Anyway, he's on his way. Snap happy Adam. And he's with his mate Big Steve somewhere, where Big Steve has been hiding out in the darkest places here today, no doubt. Anyway, I don't think it'll be too long before we're back in action. We're hoping to see the Lotus Sunbeam back into action. That'll be a glorious sight and sound, won't it? Well, it's in the Russell Brooks livery. I don't know if Russell ever drove this car. Russell was a Midland man, British champion. There was the Heat for Hire Escort as well, but I always remember the Sunbeam best, actually. That seemed to be the car for me, for Russell. Beautiful things, aren't they, the Lotus Sunbeam. 2.2 twin cam Lotus 16 valve engines in them, and don't they look good in those colours with those big light pods on the front? You wouldn't want to bend those, would you? They'd be quite expensive to replace. So it's all quite spooky. I see marshals with red lights and all the rest of it. I don't know how it's looking up the hill, but I don't think it's going to be too long before we're back in business. And oh yeah, just looking at the finish there. Yeah, the lights are on at the finish, so we can see what's going on up there. So thanks to Rich Danby again and Eleanor for putting on this fantastic live stream, with Gemma Price and Nick Upton for putting on this magnificent event with lots of help from all our people running the hills, doing the timing, all the marshals doing an amazing job today. The folk in orange, boys and girls, men and women, doing a fantastic job. Still at it, 7:30 at night. They must be getting cold, hungry, but you're still there. Good on you. Well done, well done. Actually, we've got a good turnout of marshals today. If you fancy becoming a marshal, they're always looking for new marshals. Age is not a major barrier. You won't be able to work on the actual hill on the bends until you're 18, but what you do, you can start off around the paddocks and learn all that sort of stuff and do an invaluable job down there. We've got some of our marshals started at a very young age. Sometimes the sons and daughters of our other marshals, they do a brilliant job. Full training is given, they look after you. They look after you. And there's other hills you can visit too. So I would thoroughly recommend, if you fancy becoming a marshal, joining the gang in Orange, it would be much appreciated. Go and have a word with one of the marshals or pop into the office. I'm sure they'd be very glad to take your details and tell you how you can go about it. And this is our last event at Prescott this autumn on the hill climb. So it's been a very busy season. We've had the British Hill Climb Championship here a couple of times. We've had the Midland Championship. We've had other championships. We've had lots of car club days. It's been very busy here at Prescott this year. We've had a great season. And I remember back in the day when the COVID, we were still managing to run events then. Spectators weren't allowed to those, but the events were still going on. But anyway, we're back in full swing now, so that's great to see. So, if this has been your first visit to Prescott, we'll start again usually in March, April time, where we have a couple of sort of practice meetings usually. But we have got the British Championships here twice next season, quite early in the season too, I think the first one. And if you've never witnessed full-time single-seater hill climbing, you are in for a treat. They're very, very quick through the speed trap. They've been over 120 miles an hour through the bottom speed trap, going in through Orchard Corner there. And then, of course, they blast off up to the finish and up through towards the S's. You cannot believe the acceleration, the power of these big cars, the big single-seaters. Some of them have got over 700 horsepower in big V8 engines. Most of them have got V8s in the big class. I'm seeing the Lotus Sunbeam. I'm seeing the lights go on, but I'm seeing it go backwards. What's that mean? What's that mean? Ah, okay, but he's got plenty of lights on. Ah, maybe, okay. The marshals are having a wee word. Has he been going back into the paddock now? Or are they just checking something? Anyway, yeah, if you've never come to the full hill climbs, it's absolutely worth it. It is blistering, the pace. And some of the most exciting classes are the 1100 class, where small single-seaters with motorbike engines are unbelievably rapid. Of course, they're small, nimble and light. Absolutely fabulous to see. And then they got the classes. In fact, there is a 600 class, but you don't really get many runners. You get the odd one these days. All those are bike engine cars. Then the 1600s, most of them are bike engine cars, and then the 2 litres you start to see some more normally aspirated engines. The engine of choice, usually Suzuki engines, Suzuki GSXR engines up to about 1100cc. And then above 1100cc, most of them use the Suzuki Hayabusa engine, which of course is immensely powerful. And in some of them are even turbocharged. So you've got a bike engine in excess of 450 horsepower out of a 1600 bike engine. So that makes for pretty spectacular racing when you've got cars that may weigh as little as 300 to 400 kilos. Now, I heard an interesting fact earlier that John Ryder was telling me. John Ryder is the father of Matt Ryder, one of our very brightest stars in the British Hill Climb Championship, and he drives a Gould GR59, which he co-drives with Sean Gould, who builds the Goulds in his Newbury lair. And the Goulds are the cars of choice in the big class at the moment. Unbelievably, with all the carbon fibre technology of the big Goulds running big 3.5 litre V8 engines in excess of 700 horsepower, they are actually lighter than a Formula Ford 1600, which John's wife, Carolyn, drives. So the big Gould with its 700 horsepower is lighter than a Formula Ford, which is a very small car. So that is some kind of interesting fact, if you like facts and stratos. And I only discovered that today, and I must admit, I thought it was fascinating. Obviously, if you wanted to buy a Gould, they're not cheap. They're not cheap because they've got incredible technology, got Formula One technology on them. And Sean Gould, he builds stuff for Formula One, so it's, don't think if you coming to watch a hill climb with the top cars, you're seeing old ex-Formula One cars. That was the case years ago, back in about the 70s and the 80s. There was ex-Formula One cars on the hill, usually with Cosworth V8 engines. But now we've got purpose-built cars that are designed purely for hill climbing. As a result, they're very light, they're very powerful, they handle brilliantly. They have very small fuel tanks because the average hill is probably only 1,000 yards long. Shelsley Walsh, I think, is about 1,000 yards. The longest hill is Harewood up in Leeds, and I think that's about 1,400 yards long. But either so, you don't need a huge amount of fuel to get to the top. So fuel tanks in the cars are very slow. They generally run on methanol, which is a highly developed, quite corrosive fuel that has to be drained down at the end of a meet because it will corrode the pipes. But methanol, they reckon, will give you a gain of about 8 to 10% on conventional petrol. They colour the fuel with a blue dye because if it catches fire, you can't see the flames. So that's not great. So the methanol, very, very inflammable, but also incredibly quick when you put it into a racing engine. Now we seem to have a slight delay at the moment. I'm just going to find out what's happening and I'll get back to you shortly. Well, we're nearly back in action. We've just had a little incident to deal with, and we'll be back with some action very shortly. Now, there won't be any demo cars later on. We'll be running to the finish shortly. I think Peter's ready to... Yeah, want to take her to the finish, Peter? Yeah, of course, yeah. Okay, we're going to have Peter Hughes come back. He's had a little break. I'm going to be leaving you now. Thanks very much. It's been great commentating today. I'm going to be having a look at the awards later on. And here comes the Lotus Sunbeam on the line. Heat for hire, Russell Brooks colours, Andrews Heat for hire. I'm going to say God bless. See you again another time. Peter Hughes with you next.
Well, big thanks there to Chris Bonsford for his work, and we are back in action. Kevin Knight is on the hill at the moment in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. It's always slightly worrying when you're watching the monitor and a test card appears on it, but I've got my pictures back now. Meanwhile, Colin Bullock is on the line in the Bugatti Type 51. He's I was talking to him just a few moments ago, in fact. He was saying it's the first time he's ever been up the hill in the Bugatti in the dark, and he's not convinced his lights are quite up to the task, but he's done a pretty good job despite that, as Kevin Rolt brings his Mark II Escort up to the line. Kevin Knight sets a time of 59.97, so a sub 1 minute run for Kevin. Colin Bullock is on the hill, as I say, and Kevin Rolt is on the start line. I know we've said it already, but it never stands, so I never say it too much. A huge thank you to the marshals and all the officials for their work which they put in for the love of the sport, and without them there would be no sport. As the 2.5 litre Escort of Kevin Rolt makes his way off the line, and it's the Mark I Escort that comes up to the line now. Car number 40, Simon Braithwaite, in the Escort RS 1600. Colin Bullock's time in the Type 51 Bugatti was a 69.82. Kevin Rolt lighting up the countryside as he heads up the hill in that Mark II. Simon Braithwaite gets away in the Mark I. And up to the line now comes a car number 50, and that is Nick Whale in the Mark II Ford Escort 2 litre. Particularly quick Escort, as we get a replay of someone. I think that must be it isn't Simon Braithwaite. I think that was Kevin Rolt getting a bit out of shape, despite which he goes a 58.41. As away goes Nick Whale in that Mark II Escort. As Simon Braithwaite goes over the line, and we go to 58.89 in the RS 1600. Nick Whale pushing on up the hill at the moment. Chris Jones sits on the line and now gets away. Car 51, his Mark II Escort. And up to the line now comes the Hillman Imp, car number 53 of Mark Maynard. Nick Whale does a 55.75. So one of the quicker times in the dark for Nick. Mark Maynard gets away in the Imp as Chris Jones continues his way up the hill, and up to the line now comes the Mini car 54 of Nigel Pitt. 1 litre Mini, so I know he's the biggest engine Mini here today. Wait to see what Chris Jones can do. He's heading for the finish line now, and it's a 58.27 for Chris Jones. Pitt is away, and the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark I, car number 735 at the moment. Shared drive, of course. Josh Humphries in the Golf currently, now running in Class H3. He was originally in Class H2. And away he goes. And up to line comes the mini car number 57, John McQuillan, in his 1293cc Mini Cooper. Nigel Pitt does a 64.88 in the Rover Mini. Josh Humphries is on the hill on the Golf, and away goes John McQuillan then in his Mini Cooper. We wait to see who comes up next to the start line, and it is car number 59 that moves up. That's Stuart Baker in his 1330cc Mini. Stuart Baker gets away in his Mini as John McQuillan continues his run up the hill. The Nissan Micra car number 62 comes up to the line, Edward James. And just a quick update for you, the clubhouse is serving food until 8 o'clock, so another around about a quarter of an hour. They will be available. There will still be food available in the clubhouse. It will be remaining open after that. The bar will still be open for the prize giving, which will take place obviously as soon as possible after the event has finished. John McQuillan's time incidentally was a 68.12. Edward James is on the hill now in the Micra, and up to the line comes Richard Weaver in the Citroen Saxo VTS. Stuart Baker's time in his Mini, a 59.58 second run. With James continuing his run in the Micra. Richard Weaver gets away from the line, and up comes the another of our Mark 1 Escorts. This is the shared car number 66. So Andrew Egger in the car. Richard Egger also using this Mark 1 Escort, the classic arches, the extended arches, always the rounded arches on the Mark 1 rather than the square ones that the Mark 2s tended to be fitted with. And away goes Andrew then up the hill, and up to the line comes car 67, one of our BMW Minis. This is Owen Keel, the commentator come competitor, in his 1600cc Mini Cooper. Richard Weaver does a 60.48 in the Citroen Saxo. Andrew Egger is around Pardon on his way to the second half of the hill. Up to the line now comes car number 68, and that is the Peugeot 206 car, I believe, and it is indeed the car of Malcolm Hearn. Andrew Egger getting close to the end of his run now, heads for the finish banner and does a 64.82. Owen Keel still on the hill in the Mini Cooper, and away goes Malcolm Hearn in the 206 Cup machine. And his predecessor, the 205, comes up to the line now. Car number 69, Robert Wilson in the 205. A 1.9 litre 205, as I mentioned earlier. They were produced as both 1.6 and 1.9 litre machines. Owen Keel's time 65.40 seconds. Robert Wilson gets away, and then up to the line comes the Ford Fiesta of Connor Stewart Smith, car number 120. As next car hitting the line, it is Malcolm Hearn in the 206 Cup Cut at a 60.22. Wilson then around Martin on up the hill in the Peugeot 205, and away goes the Fiesta of Connor Stewart Smith, and up to the line comes the Mazda MX-5, car number 70. So Ben Cross then in this Mazda at the moment, sharing the car with Tim Cross. This 2-litre version, again, these were produced in, I think, 1.6, 1.8 and 2-litre capacity. So Connor Stewart Smith continuing on his run in the Fiesta. The Ben Cross still sits on the line. Away he goes now in the MX-5. And up comes the other MX-5 car, number 71, Matthew Morgan. Connor Stewart Smith's time is 66.71 second run in the Fiesta, as away goes Matthew. And up comes the Renault Clio car number 75, David Smith in that Renault Sport Clio 182. Cross heading towards the finish line and gets under the minute mark with a 59.76 second run in the MX-5. Matthew Morgan about halfway through his run on the hill in his MX-5, and the Clio sits on the start line. Away then goes David Smith. Matthew Morgan into the closing stages as his run up to the line. Now comes the Renault Clio of Peter Siddle, again a 2-litre Clio, as Matthew Morgan records a 61.79 in his Mazda MX-5. David Smith about halfway through the run in his Clio, as Peter Siddle's Clio heads away under the bridge. Next up it is the BMW 318i, car number 88. This shape BMW, I must confess, is a particular favourite of mine. The 3-box shape, I think, still has a really classic look about it. Charles Stapleton then in the BMW waits on the line as Peter Siddle continues his run. David Smith's time was a 62.81. 75. Away goes Charles then in the BMW. And up to the line now another of the Mazda MX-5s. This one, car number 79, is Lewis Porto in the 1800cc version of the Mazda. Peter Siddle's time, good time for Peter, 58.44 seconds. As Lewis waits patiently on the start line for the green go sign on the gantry above him. Away then goes Lewis in that open-topped MX-5, and up comes car 82, the green Mark II Escort, the car of Joshua Moss. Charles Stapleton's time in the BMW 73.68 seconds. Lewis Porter then on his run rounding Ettores, and I think it's difficult to see, but I'm not sure whether that was an off-course excursion or not, but he continues on the way. It's around Pardon as away goes Joshua Moss, and up comes the Darien T90, car number 80, machine of Tim Porter, 2-litre engine, behind the driver's head. Lewis Porter continues on his run. Sets a time of 63.39 seconds. Joshua Moss continues up the hill in the Escort, and Tim Porter on the start line in the Darien T90, waiting for the AOK, and away he goes. Next up is the MGTF, car number 86, the machine of Neil Howells, 1800cc once again. It's MG. Joshua Moss's time in his Escort, 62.08. Porter continues up the hill in the Darien, he rounds Pardon. Sits on the line and waits for the green light, gets it and gets away in the MGTF. And there's another Renault Clio that joins us now. It is car 111 that comes up to the line this time, and that is Andrew Feekins in this 2-litre Clio 182, as Tim Porter puts in a 57.43 in the Darien T90. Away goes Andrew in that Renault Clio 182, and next car approaches the line, and this is the MG car 121. Roland Jones in the ZR 190. Neil Howells does a 68.72 in the MGTF. And away goes Roland then in the MG, and looking quick on the hill is Andrew Feekins in that Renault Clio. Really does seem to be pushing on as he goes up the hill, and we see the Mini car number 757 coming up to the line, and that is Anna May Furness in the Mini Cooper, the classic shaped Mini. So Andrew Feekins with a 57.73. As away goes the Mini. And up now comes car 765, the Citroen Saxo. Tim Weaver then, Tom Weaver in the Citroen Saxo VTS. As up the line comes Roland Jones in the MG ZR, does a 61.49. May Furness rounds Pardon in the Mini Cooper. Away goes Tom Weaver in the Saxo. And up to the line now, it is the Mark 1 Escort, this time running as car 766. So Richard Egger in the Mark 1 this time. A 66.96 then for Anime Fitness in the Mini Cooper. As away goes Richard Egger in that lovely looking Mark 1 Escort. Tom Weaver continuing his run in the Citroën Saxo, and now it is the Peugeot 205 that comes up to line. David Wilson, car number 769. Tom Weaver does a 58.49, good time for the Citroën Saxo VTS then, 58.49. Away goes David Wilson as Richard Egger continues his run in the Mark 1 Escort, and up the line comes the 770 machine. Tim Cross in the Mazda MX-5 that's also running across his car 70. Richard Egger approaching the end of his run, puts in a time of 67.96 seconds in the Mark 1 Escort, as away goes Tim Cross in the MX-5, and up to the line, second of our MX-5s, and this is Duncan Morgan running his car 771. Time for David Wilson, good time, 57.19 seconds for the Peugeot. So one MX-5 on the hill, another one joins it now as he gets away from the start line. That's Duncan Morgan following Tim Cross up the hill, and up comes the BMW shape Mini, car number 73. Jason Taylor in that BMW Mini Cooper S. Cross approaches the line in the MX-5 and does a 62.50. That's car number 770. As away goes Jason Taylor in the Mini Cooper S. Duncan Morgan still on his run, and we get car number 77 coming up to the line, and this is the new shape Alpine A110 driven by Carolyn Ryder. Morgan over the line with a 59.40 in his MX-5. As Colin Ryder gets away, Jason Taylor continues his run in the Mini, and the lovely Group 4 Vauxhall Chevette 2.3 HSR comes to the line. Car number 90, Mike Dorr in this beautiful classic rally car. 2.3 litre engine, of course, in the Chevette HSR. This one is Group 4 specification, which was the spec in the day. The top end, Jason Taylor's done a 59.60 car number 73. Jason, of course, in the Mini Cooper S. Karen Ryder still on the hill. Away goes Mike Dorr in the Chevette. And up comes car 91, the Mark II Escort, the car of Peter Hedges. It's a 2.5 litre Escort. Carolyn Ryder's time was a 60.86 in the Alpine A110. Mike on the Chevette about halfway through his run, as away gets Peter Hedges in the Mark II Escort. And up now comes car 93. And this is Roy Newton in the Porsche Carrera. RS, I believe. Mike Dawes' time in the Chevette was 63.23 seconds. Roy Newton gets away, and up comes car number 94, Roger Taylor in his 2.4 litre Mark II Ford Escort. Peter Hedges coming towards the end of his run in the Mark II Escort does a 56.88. Good time then for Peter. Roy Newton continues on his way, rounding Pardon at the moment in the Porsche Carrera. Away goes Roger Taylor in the Escort, and up now comes car number 95. And this is Pekka Tolokas in the ultra powerful 1.8 litre turbocharged Mazda MX-5. Up to the line comes Roy Newton in the Porsche Carrera, his time 63.06 seconds. Around Pardon goes Roger Taylor in the Ford Escort. And away then goes Pekka in the MX-5, and it is the number 96 car that comes up now. There's another MX-5. This is the car of John Wells. Roger Taylor's time was a 57.61 in car 94, the Ford Escort. Continues to make his way up the hill in that quick MX-5. Looks as if he's pushing fairly hard, as away goes John Wells in his MX-5. And up now comes car 100. And this is Henrik Minderman in the Super Impreza. Pekka Tolokas' time was a 58.63. What can John Wells do? He's just marginally down on Pekka's time on the interim times. As up comes car 101, the more classic shape Subaru Impreza of Matthew Pearce. As John Wells comes to the line, does a 59.76, so just about a second slower than Pekka. Classic sound of that Super Impreza engine. As Henrik heads around Pardon and on up the hill towards the S's, and away goes Matthew Pearce. Up now car 103, that AMS Matea, the Subaru, the sports car with the Subaru running gear, the car of John Pick. As continues on his way to the line and does a 63.60. Away goes John Pick in that AMS. And up next it is the Toyota Yaris GR. car number 122, the car of Malcolm Evans. As Matthew Pearce approaches the line and does a 59.04 in his Impreza. John Pick still midway up the hill in the AMS. Malcolm Evans gets away then in the Toyota. So quiet in comparison to the many of the other cars. And now we are getting into the really quick machines, as John Pick does a 56.41 in the AMS, and up to the line comes car number 703. So that's Alistair Moffat, the multiple British Auto Test champion, and the man who runs the stunt schools here at Prescott, and can provide you with a hugely entertaining day or half day here at Prescott. And he is in the Skoda R5. He's put in some very quick times. Can he improve on those now as we come to the end of it? As John Pick's time, as I say, with a 56.41. Away goes Alistair Moffat then, and up comes car number 77, and that and this is Caroline Ryder now in the A110. Alistair rounds pardon, and on up he goes. So in fact this is 877. I thought we'd already seen Caroline on this first run. This is 877. Robert Lancaster Gay hadn't remembered to change the numbers on the car, but the marshals are doing it for him before he gets away, as Alistair does a 49.70 on his final run of the day. Away then goes Robert Lancaster Gay in the Alpine, and another of our R5 machines comes up to the line, and this is car 107, Roger Moran, the former British HillClimb champion, in his Skoda R5 machine. Robert Lancaster Gay pressing on up the hill. As the revs rise, and away goes Roger Moran then in that Skoda. What sort of time can he set, we wonder, as up to the line now comes Roger Duckworth, former British Rally champion, car 109, a Fiesta R5, a slightly earlier specification than some of the R5 machines we've got here today. See Robert Lancaster's Gay's time of a 57.45 in the Alpine. The revs rise with Roger Duckworth. Away he goes then in the Ford Fiesta as Roger Moran continues his run, and up to the line it comes car 102, and that is Thomas Twemlow in the 2.1 litre Subaru Impreza. Roger Moran's time of 48.73. So about nearly a second quicker than Alistair Moffat set in his Skoda R5. Away then goes Thomas Twemlow in the Impreza as Roger Duckworth continues to press on up the hill in the R5 Fiesta. Up to the line, well, about to cross the line, Roger Duckworth does a 49.73, 0.03 of a second slower than Alistair Moffat on this run. And meanwhile it is car 115 that we see in front of us. That's Ross MacDonald in the 911 Carrera RS. As Thomas Tremolo rounds Barton, continues up the hill in the Subaru Impreza. Away goes Ross in the Porsche 911, and up comes car 116, which is the Porsche 944. S2, the car of Paul Renison. Thomas Tremolo is approaching the finish line in the Impreza, and we'll do a 62.89. Away goes Paul Renison then. Ross McDonald is already on the hill. So the time for Ross McDonald in the 911 RS, 57.03. Renison, the one car on the hill at the moment in the 944. Front engine Porsche, of course. We still might have a couple more cars to come up the hill, just waiting to see if they come to the start line. Paul Renison runs towards the line and sets a time of 61.10 seconds. So our marshals wait patiently for any latecomers, once again, as always. And I know I've said it a couple of times already, but it does take saying plenty of times. It's a huge thank you to all of the marshals, all of the officials today, to Gemma Price and the circuit manager, or the hill manager, and her team, all of whom have put in a terrific amount of work to make this event the success that I hope you'll agree it has been, despite the challenging weather conditions, particularly early on. Thanks, of course, to everyone who's come along today to support this event, the competitors and spectators. It's great to see so many of you here. Big thank you. As out onto the hill comes Scott Moran then in his Skoda R5, the man who set the record for runs under lights last year at this event with a 46.76. What can he do on this final run of the day? Sits on the line, green lights are on, revs rise, and away he goes then. Scott Moran heads under the bridge into the left-hander, around towards Azores. He turns into the hairpin around Azores, powers it away from there on up towards Pardon. She's just entering now around Pardon he goes then. Away from there on up towards the S's. It's looking good so far. Can he get close to that 46.76 that he did before? He's through the first part of the S's, on up he goes. Around semicircle, runs to line and does a 47.22. 47.22 then for Scott Moran. Not quite a record, but a very, very impressive time in the low temperatures and so on that we have at the moment. So that is the last timed run then. Scott Moran, who was set best time of the day, will do another run up the hill, a tour d'honneur, so that you can show your appreciation to him in that Skoda R5, and that will complete all the action here at Prescott. Once again, huge thank you. It's great to see so many people here this weekend. Take a look at your program or the website and you'll find out details of a full and varied program of events coming up in 2024. Other things going on before then, however, here at Prescott. So go to the website as Scott Moran then heads up the hill for his tour d'honneur. Thank you so much for watching this event, and we look forward to seeing as many of you as possible back in 2024. Keep following us here at Prescott as Scott Moran is doing a little loop to celebrate, and then goes around Torres on up the hill with the coloured lights on the wheels. The Skoda R5 continues its way up. Well done to everybody who has competed today. I'm sure they have enjoyed their day. We hope those of you who just were spectating have enjoyed your day as well. We will wish you a very safe journey home, and keep following us at Prescott, so see you in 2024. But in the meantime, on behalf of my co-commentator Chris Ponsford, from me, Peter Hughes, thank you once again. Have a very good evening, and enjoy your winter. We look forward to seeing you back again here in the spring. But for the moment, very good evening.